Reached the late double here as far as today at Keeneland is concerned. Gabby Gaudette, Scott Hazelton, 2 days left here at this Keeneland spring meet, and fantastic racing ahead. We had a tremendous card yesterday, 8 races, 9 today, 10 tomorrow, and then as we talked about yesterday, and we'll continue to talk about, right into the Keeneland April sale, and they're out previewing the horses this morning. So if you're interested and you're here in the market for acquiring a horse of racing age, make sure you head down and check out these horses and pick up a supplemental catalog, and also check it out at Keeneland.com for the Keeneland April sale. And like I mentioned yesterday, there are a lot of updates to some of those horses in the sale, so make sure you head to Keeneland.com and check out some of the updates, check out the online catalog, come out here to Keeneland and check out the horses as well. We've got 2 racing cards left, Scott. I'm a little sad. Down to the final 2 for this spring meets. It goes by quickly, these race meets. That's the brilliance of it. If you don't experience it, you miss out on it very, very quickly. So 9 races. Final post today will come just after 5 o'clock Eastern time. For those employees here at Keeneland Racecourse, hopefully you enjoyed the employee breakfast. We had Chick-fil-A, biscuits, coffee, a little banjo music. The chaplain was playing the banjo, and he is good. He is very good. I didn't know that. Yes. I just spoke to Chaplain Dean this morning. Yeah. Cool. He was plucking the banjo this morning. So we'll look ahead to yesterday, or today, excuse me. We're going to look back at yesterday right now, and starting with a very impressive debut performance from Charty Party, the Dark Angel runner for Stone Street Stables, off the pace, able to find room down on the inside. Look at how much ground she still has to make up to win this race. And she was still green, Scott. I mean, this was a first-time starter. She was kind of all over the track, but she had so much just natural ability, natural talent. You can see her kind of bottled up in behind horses. She angled out in the end and got the victory. She's a special filly for Stone Street. They've had a lot of them, but she's definitely another one. Here's no silver spoons here for trainer Brad Cox and Flavian Pratt in the saddle getting the victory, a Keeneland sales graduate. Yeah, very impressive with that performance. Floriform, the favorites, taking the featured event and able to do so by about a half of a length in the end for Juddmonte Farms. You got a little cash there in the Wednesday Challenge. Expensive cut. My best angle, Alice Beckman coming through for me here at Keeneland Racecourse. That was very cool. She gave the horse a little pat after crossing the finish line. And then in the finale, Saffron Moon for Chad Brown, getting the victory there under Flavian Pratt, having a couple of winners yesterday, a Keeneland sales graduate. And Scott, you won fair and square. It's game, set, match. How about these races as far as the trainer and jockey standings? Tyler Gaffalione 1 ahead of Irad. Flavian's, he's 2 back. Luis is 4 back. Things can change in the blink of an eye. We've seen all of these riders win 2, 3, 4, 5 at points in their career across the country. Wesley Ward now has Chad Brown right on his heels along with Brad Cox. And Todd Pletcher, he's 4 back, as is Mike Maker. So to make matters more interesting, Tyler has 5 mounts today. Irad has 4. Flavian has 5. Luis Saez has 5. And in terms of the trainers, Wesley Ward has 7, and Chad has 3. And then Brad Cox also has 2. So it's going to get really, really close in the final 2 days. I mean, has there been a meet where it hasn't come down to the wire with these trainers? I believe so. I want to say Wesley. Maybe not. What was that one year? Was it the fall or the spring when it was like Brad and Wesley? It seems like the last couple of meets. Yeah, they were like neck and neck to the finish. I think for the jockeys, they've been able to expand the gap a little bit, but not, with the trainers, it's tough. There's only, 19 more opportunities to pick up victories here in 2022 during this spring meeting at Keeneland Racecourse. All right, let's go to WKYT for this afternoon's weather.
Well, good morning, everyone. If you're heading out to the second to last day of Keeneland, keep in mind we are likely to start to see some really nice weather. I mean, this is just going to continue as we get into the day today. The horses will be off, and we'll see temperatures well into the 60s. Of course, we'll see mostly sunny skies, a couple clouds mixed in there, so make sure you have your sunglasses, stay hydrated, and really just enjoy the day because the track should be fairly dry. So keep that in mind. Another nice day at Keeneland. I'm WKYT meteorologist Allie Blake.
Looks like more of the same from yesterday if you came out with us and enjoyed the 8 race card. So if you're coming back, make sure you bring a light sweater at the very least in the shade. It can be a little
I run
side.
Cold, and I've got the guns out today.
You are.
Although
the guns are out.
I do have.
There you have it.
I do. So bring a sweater. If not, you'll be fine.
Or show off the guns. Picks for the day. Let's go ahead and reveal our picks for the day. Make sure you download the Keeneland Race Day app and stay current with all of our selections each and every race day. That's available on your smartphone and tablet as well. Race 5 is our first. No, race 3, excuse me. We've got an agreement in race 3.
Yes. Race 3, race 5, race 7, and that is all. And that makes sense. Those races, I think those are kind of smaller fields, so there's limited options in those races. But I really like the feature race today, some of the other races today that have like bigger fields, some of the turf races. The Turf 3 I thought was pretty challenging too, which we'll talk about in a little bit.
There's quite a few scratches too, and Kurt Becker will get to those just before we kick off our race day. But obviously you can check out scratches and changes at Keeneland.com as well. Excuse me. Social media, as far as Twitter, at Keeneland Racing. For Facebook, at Keeneland. Instagram, at Keeneland. If you want to keep track of the beauty of the Keeneland April sale, make sure you follow at Keeneland Sales on Instagram. They've done such a great job over the last couple of years in bringing you the best sights and sounds of the sales here at Keeneland Racecourse, and TVG too. If you want to catch today at Keeneland each and every race day, obviously we've got one more this spring meet. We'll be back at it in the fall. If you don't have TVG2 at home, download the Watch TVG app, and that's available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. And you're also going to get an opportunity on the Watch TVG app to catch TVG, as well as a lot of on-demand content, including getting yourself ready for races like the Derby and through the Triple Crown. So make sure you take advantage of the Watch TVG app and download it right now. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Our featured event is race number 8 today. It's the Ups and Downs. Race 8, 6.5 furlongs, third level allowance condition, and skinny dip. The number 5 horse is a scratch out of here. So we're left with just a field of 5. And Red Ghost is going to end up being the morning line favorite. This is a filly that hasn't raced in about 2 months, just over 50 days, was third in her comeback race at Turfway Park, going 3/4 of a mile. Pretty quickly run race on the synthetic in that race. She was chasing throughout and then backed up and finished third, beaten 6.5. But this is a filly by Ghost Sapper for Wesley Ward and Johnny Velasquez that is a graded stakes winning filly. She won the Grade 3 Miss Preakness, beat a really nice Bernie Flint filly in Euphoric in doing so back in May of 2021. That's her last victory. We've got some video to roll on this filly, and that was her lead up to that Preakness run, Miss Preakness run, excuse me, was this effort just over a year ago on April 16th, and she draws off and wins by 2 lengths. She started off her career 3 for 3 on the dirt. They gave her a go at Kentucky Downs in the Untappable Stakes for $400,000. Didn't take to Kentucky Downs, didn't take to the turf, whatever it was, and she was able to respond with a return to dirt in this fashion. So we know Red Ghost will be ready off of this 2-month layoff, if you even want to call it that. Her only defeat on dirt came in the Grade 3 Victory Ride, where she was actually a bigger price in that small field. She was 8-1, 8.5-1, and finished 4th. So she faced some tough fillies there. So Red Ghost will be the right one, I think, in this 8th and featured event. Novel Squall, she comes out of the Carousel Stakes, much like the favorite. She won, and then they jumped into Stakes Company. She was a big price there. She ran 3rd. She picked up some black type in doing so. So you've got to respect Novel Squall, who will probably come from off the pace. And then the 2-horse Union Maiden. She may take a step forward, because keep in mind who beat her in that last race. That was Kamari. Kamari was using that and used it as a prep race to get to the Grade 1 Madison here in a title defense, which was unsuccessful. But Kamari is a very good filly. There's no Kamaris in here, so she'll run better today for Brendan Walsh. So 3-1-2 in today's featured 8.
Well, that's why I honestly think that Union Maiden probably deserves as much respect as Red Ghost. She's run faster races, so she's going to be my top pick. She unfortunately caught Kamari last time out, but that was off of a long layoff. Kamari, as you mentioned, used it as a prep for the Grade 1 Madison, in which she finished 3rd in that event. And she was kind of bottled up on the inside. She didn't really have the smoothest of trips, especially when you're going against a Grade 1 winner in Kamari. I mean, it's not ideal. So, but her race that she won at Saratoga, Scott, is faster than anything that she faces in this field today, and I think she'll just love coming back again at the 6.5 furlongs. I really like her in here. I truly think she's a class of the field and deserves to be the favorite, as we'll show you this race at Keeneland. This was in October last fall, going 7 furlongs here, about 7 furlongs, and she wound up getting the victory there under Tyler Gaffalione. Tyler is back aboard her today, and what I like about her at 6.5 furlongs, 7 furlongs, she can sit that tracking trip, which is very key in this small field. I don't think that she'll be the speed. She might be the speed with the scratch of the 5 skinny dip, or we could see Red Ghost at the fractions, but she'll never have so much ground to make up. She's very tactical, so she'll be the top pick. I'll go 2-1-3 in the featured race.
And that is the featured event. For more on today's feature, let's check in with Tom Leach.
We're here in the Keeneland Winner's Circle. Wesley Ward's familiar with this place. Hoping to get there with Red Ghost in the allowance feature. Tell me about that race last month down at Turfway and how it moved Red Ghost forward.
Oh, I think, if you really kind of watch and analyze the race, she was made about 4 or 5 runs down the backside. Just kind of, if it could have been just a little bit more patient, I think she would have run more like she did the first time she ran over there, where she got beat in nose. So we gave her a bit of time and to get over that, and she's trained forward into this race. I think she's going to have a good run.
Yeah, several works leading up to this. And have they all been about the same or steadily improved?
Well, they've all been pretty steady works, and Johnny Velasquez has been on for the last couple, so he's very well acquainted with her when he won the Miss Preakness and here in the springtime. So, we're looking for a good run.
You got a shot at picking up another training title here at the spring meet. Wouldn't be your first, certainly, but do they still mean as much?
There's no place like Keeneland, so we're getting serious when we come here. So, I just like this filly Red Ghost, we always try to kind of position all our horses where we get ample spacing and target the races, because the condition book comes out so early. And, being as it's our home track where they train year-round, we have a little bit of an advantage to where this is their home. And there's no, especially on a beautiful day like today, no place like Keeneland.
How many do you think you'll take to Royal Ascot?
A lot will determine here the last couple days of the meet. There's the first 2 grass races that they have for the 2-year-olds in the United States, and then they have a few at Belmont and a few over at Churchill, so that'll sort of determine which of the 2-year-olds will go.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
It's Wesley Ward. He'll saddle Red Ghost in the allowance feature.
Wesley he runs a lot of horses. Let's be honest. Just looking at his stats, combining last year and the early part of this year, over 550 starters. But he builds towards Keeneland, then he builds off of Keeneland to Royal Ascot. He'll take some nice horses to Saratoga, maybe see a few at Del Mar. Then he builds back up to the Keeneland Fall Meet, and then obviously into the Breeders' Cup. So, he's not one of these trainers that is just constantly cranking them out. He's got his system down, and he's got the clients that they want to win at Keeneland, they want to win at Royal Ascot, and obviously want to win races at the Breeders' Cup. But he's really done a great job at it.
In order to be a successful trainer, you have to find your niche and kind of pivot and organize the year around that. And that's that's why he's so masterful. He knows what horses to take to Royal Ascot. He knows what horses are going to win at certain meetings throughout the year. But it also is an advantage that this is the backyard. This is their backyard. They train here throughout the year.
And getting an opportunity to work the horses on the grass here and things of that nature, to see who's going to handle the grass with the young horses for Royal Ascot. It is quite the program, and we're very appreciative to get a chance to see it in full display here at Keeneland Racecourse. Wesley talked about the 2-year-old race on grass. That's where I want to start the key race analysis. Race 2, $80,000 purse, starts the early pick 4. There are no scratches in this race. Wyco, the number 10 horse, is 5-2. This is a first-time starter for the Wesley Ward barn. And this is a colt that is well-bred. He's by No Nay Never, that son of Scat Daddy, they acquired this colt for $440,000 out of the Keeneland September sale last year. And we're going to show you that video. This is a half-brother to Her World, that filly that was 3rd in the TVG Limestone a few weeks back. So the pedigree is there. She's got the 3-furlong workout pattern like we tend to see with the first-time starters for Wesley Ward. But you can see her just last September, and the hammer will drop for $440,000. So the No Nay Nevers, you should be very familiar with them at this stage of the game. He's become a worldwide stallion. There's no doubt about it. Irad gets the opportunity. This, no doubt, would be a horse that would likely be one of those, if a strong performance comes today, that we would see in one of those 2-year-old races at Royal Ascot at the end of June. So Gimme Waiko on top, followed by the 11-horse Uncle Heedley. First crop of Oscar performance. Looking forward to this. He set a world record in a mile race during his racing career. He was quite the runner, so good luck to the Heedley family as well, the Bell family, Heedley Bell, and all of them. So they put so much into Oscar performance, and I know how excited they are to see these first 2 Oscar performance runners competing today, because there's another one in this race, and the winner is out of the Wayne Catalano barn. But I've got Bourbon Therapy. That's where I'll go, looking for a bit of a price for a horse that comes from a female family that's produced a turf winner. So 10, 11, 5 in what will be a crucial 2-year-old race, trying to get to Royal Ascot here this April meet.
Time's running out.
Time
Only a limited amount of 2-year-old races here. Okay, race 7, I'm going to take us for the 3-year-old fillies. A mile and 3/16 on the turf course, a first-level allowance race, and this is a bear of a race. Bravo Kitten is the lukewarm 3-1 favorite. Just one scratch of the 1A, didn't draw in off the AE, but a full field intact here. I had a tough time with this race. I thought there were so many different ways to go, but in turn, I landed on the number 5 beside herself for trainer Todd Pletcher. We'll take you back to her race. This was 2 starts ago against Maiden Special Weight Company. She had things go her way. There's no doubt about that. She soft fractions, 24-4, 49-4. That's very slow going a mile and 1/16 on the turf, especially at Gulfstream. She had that easy lead, and she went gate to wire. But why I like her today, stretching out to a mile and 3/16, is that at shorter distances, Scott, she needs the lead. She's one-paced. If she sits a tracking trip, she's probably going to finish 2nd or 3rd. If she is mid-pack, she's probably going to finish 5th or 6th. She needs to go to the lead. That's kind of where her best running style is. And with added distance, she's afforded that position today to go to the lead under Luis Saez. So I like her to lead the field today. The 2 Bravo Kitten, what I didn't like about her was that watching the replay last time out, she actually swapped over to the wrong lead in the very late stages of the race. I don't like that, coupled with the fact that she's getting more distance. I think maybe a mile and 1/16. And look, maybe she didn't like the turf course. I think the turf is firmer today than it was last time out. But I never think that's a good sign, adding more distance after swapping leads, getting a little bit tired at a mile and 1/16. So I'll use her in 2nd. I do respect her. And then When the Dawn Breaks, the 10 for trainer Brad Cox, a filly by Ghost Zapper out of an Empire Maker mare. She's another one that I think could probably run all day. I think she was very fortunate to win first time out, closing from off the pace, but she does look like one that could benefit with the added distance. But that is a very, very tough field.
It sure is. That's race number 7 on this 9-race card. So those are our key races we wanted to point towards. Now we're going to dive into Trip Note Pros. Make sure you visit Keeneland.com/TripNotePros to put in to check out the hours of time that is put into these trip notes each and every race day here at Keeneland. And starting with race number 4, Sophia Strong on the 26th of March at Turfway Park. She was hooked while 2-3 lengths clear of the nearest stalker, put away the other speed in the turn, and predictably faltered in the final furlong. A better than looked effort versus the tiring track. Hook duel against the tiring track. So Sophia Strong in race number 4 at Turfway race. And then in race number 6, Patna, also on the 26th of March. This was down at Fairgrounds on Louisiana Derby Day. Her jockey went water skiing in tight quarters late on the backstretch, and she was eventually shuffled and lost her spot and valuable ground. A rough trip and gritty performance on debut. Horse comfort, bad trouble, shuffle, better than look. So, and what is he trying to describe in saying water skiing? What would you say there?
Just
kind of
like when you're standing up in the saddle and you're just shifting the reins back and forth. You have nowhere to go. You've water skied before.
It's been a while.
Okay.
And I was pretty good at it too, but not in the saddle.
Good.
It's not good on a horse, no.
Correct.
It's fun when you're actually water skiing out on the lake or...
Until you fall.
Yeah, until you fall. I never fell, though. Here's a look at the Clocker Report. Race number 1, the Big Wham. The Big Wham out of the Luis Mendez barn. This is a 2-year-old colt by Mr. Big. We see so many of the Mr. Bigs run over in Southern California, and this is actually a Washington-bred Mr. Big. Worked 47-2 out of the gate. This 2-year-old has shown a lot of ability in 3 preps here. Trainer sharp with 2-year-olds. That's Luis Mendez. So those 3 preps talking about the 3 workouts here. And if I'm not mistaken, DXD, is that Dixie Downs? in Utah? I want to say it is, and there's a lot of steam that comes out of Dixie Downs if that's the case. I got to look further into that, but that's the steam as far as the Clocker Report is concerned, the big wham in race number 1. Late pick 4 time, $72. This starts with race number 6, and race number 6, I'll go 1, 9, 10, and 12. Patna for Brad Cox, the number 9 horse, Silencing for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners at 12-1. Don't sleep on that horse. That filly should be able to outrun her odds, especially with young Renee Diaz giving her a weight break. The number 10 horse, Quist and Shout, Jimmy Graham for Trackside Farms, Ignacio Carreras, and then Bose Artists, for Peter Brandt, Chad Brown on the outside will take plenty of money. Race number 7 going 2, 4, and 5, Bravo Kitten. The number 4 horse, 2 Socks, another one that I think will outrun the expectations on the morning line of 12-1, making her U.S. debut. And then the number 5 horse beside herself, Tabor, Pletcher, Saez. Yes, please. Race 8, 1, 2, 3, and 6 going for plenty of coverage in that featured race, Novel Squall. Number 2 horse, Union Maiden. The number 3, Red Ghost, who could be the favorite. And then the 6 horse, Music City Star. And then we'll close out this card with 3 deep on the pick 4 ticket. The 4 Sticky Issue. The number 5 horse, Lord Zed. And then the number 7 horse, Polyglot for Juddmont and Chad Brown. So $72 investment today in this late pick 4. I need coverage, and I'm paying for it.
These are tough races, especially in the Turf Pick 3. Scott, I mentioned wanting coverage in the 7th race, but I chose to have more coverage in the 5th race because I thought that race was even more perplexing, especially 5.5 furlongs on the turf. You just have to have the right type of trip. So I'm using 4 horses in the first leg, the 1, 2, 7, and the 8. My top pick is the 7 Jura. We'll talk about that in a bit, but the 8 American Starlet I think is a must-use coming out of the Melody of Colors for trainer Wesley Ward and Johnny B. in the irons. Race 7, just the 2 and the 5. Bravo Kitten, that horse for Safi Joseph Jr. I mentioned swapping leads late in the race last time out, but beside herself, I think can go gate to wire. That's the number 5 horse. And then finally, we get to the 9th and final race of the day. The 4 Sticky Issue is the top pick for John Ennis. Has the form coming into today, and I can't leave out Polyglot, that runner for Chad Brown and Juddmont Homebred, I believe it is. So that is the cost of the ticket, $48 play.
All right, make sure you get involved in those multi-race exotics. We'll remind you of them once we approach post time or get close to post time for the respective beginnings, whether it be the pick 4s, pick 5s, and obviously the turf pick 3. Best angles of the day. I had to regroup a bit in race number 9. My best angle was going to be having the one on top and the fact that he was going to be able to stretch out. But Blue Devil is a scratch, as is Mighty C, the 6, Deep State, the 15, and the 16 Summer Anthem. So I go to Lord Zed, the number 5 horse, 4, 5, 7, and exact the box with these 3 horses. And Lord Zed, Mike Maker, first off the claim with a turf horse. I mean, this is the nuts and bolts of the operation. I'm not saying he doesn't get a lot of good horses to begin with, but he's just got a knack at finding these horses through the claiming box and turning them into even better horses than what they've been. And this colt here ran 2 big races to kick off his career on the turf course at Fairgrounds. They decided to drop him down in class to 50. It didn't work out. He ended up finishing 2nd for those connections. Now Mike Maker takes him over. He's got Gaff Leon as go-to guy. 4, 5, 7, my exacta box for race 9.
Okay, like it. I'm going to go to the 6th race for my best angle of the day. Another big field, another tough race. Bow Artists is the favorite at 4-1. A couple of scratches in there. This race, 6.5 furlongs on the main track, a maiden special weight. Have a couple of first-time starters with decent pedigrees, the 2, the 4, the 5. There's a lot going on in here. But I go to the 10, Quist and Shout for Nacho Correas, affiliated by Nyquist, and we'll take you to her first career performance. And she actually did not get out of the gate whatsoever that day. You can see in the short comment, terrible start. So she broke badly. She was pulled back to last. At one point, Scott, she was 12 lengths last, and then she comes with a really impressive closing kick from off of the pace. I don't think that she's going to be that slow out of the gate today. I think that was just kind of a greenness issue. You could even see her being a little bit green coming down the lane as well. So more professional today, better break. I think she can get into the winner's circle. But like I said, there are some first-time starters in there with really nice pedigrees, and she'll have to be better in order to win today.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot pick of the day.
Our long shot play on today's card comes in race 7. We're going with Two Socks. Now, I didn't pick this one on top on the website, but I do think Two Socks has a big shot to at least hit the board and hopefully get the win, too, for Graham Motion. That's the key angle here. This horse coming into the Motion barn, coming over from Ireland, but Motion does great work with these imports, and I just think at a long distance, that's another specialty for the Graham Motion barn. I think Two Socks might be able to pull a bit of a surprise in race 7.
Side bet of the day. The victory has been secured, right? Unless they're throwing something else at me, or you guys are. Was there another sidebar?
Embarrassing.
What was the quote of the day that Isaac gave me from our daily update? Starting strong is good, what you did. Finishing strong is epic. It's all right. It's all right.
Speechless.
So, Team Scott, we've got a winner.
It wasn't even close in the end. You
I know.
Drew off
I did.
away from
I broke
me.
a little slow, but we pulled away. So,
I'm sorry to my friends, my family, fans. I'm sorry. I didn't do well. You know, it's not that I handicapped poorly, but it's like sometimes things go your way and sometimes they don't. Like the one day I had a great day, but we did the Jockey side bet challenge and
you had first choice there
failed.
too. Yep, it's
Yeah.
okay. And we have a winner here
Good job.
at Joseph House 22, going with Team Scott. So Joseph, if you're watching right now, and we'll remind you of this on social media, you're going to get these two bad boys right here, Corksicles, via the Keeneland gift shop. So make sure you check out the Keeneland gift shop as we'll be rolling through these race days. But
Onto the fall
it was
meet.
all in good fun. Exactly. You're already focused on the fall meet.
Congratulations. You
Thank
said
you.
that you were locked in
I felt
for this
locked in
meet,
coming
and you
in.
have been locked in. I can't even say anything, but congratulations.
I feel like it's been one of the better handicapping meets that both you and I have had. It's, you know, just that experience under our belt. We talked about
Took a couple
experience
of years.
in racing, yeah. But, you know, it goes a long way. Experience goes a long way. And as does the efforts by our team here at today at Keeneland. We'll talk about that more tomorrow. But thank you so much, Isaac, for putting all the time that you do in when it comes to keeping track of the side bets. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy today at Keeneland. With all eyes on the Bluegrass this spring, there's no better way to take in the action than Friday, April 29th at Keeneland.
And they're wrong. We get into it with hip number 1. Good luck.
Featuring a day filled with world-class racing, followed by a unique sales experience in the evening. The April Horses of Racing Age sale. After the races on closing day of the spring meet. Follow the action this April to Keeneland.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale May 9th.
Legendary power, legendary capability. The all-new 2022 Toyota Tundra. Designed, engineered, and built in the USA. With your choice of a 389 horsepower I-Force engine or a revolutionary new 437 horsepower hybrid. Nothing can stop you. Tundra can tow up to 12,000 pounds with the most tech-savvy interior ever. And the experts have taken notice. The all-new Tundra. The legend continues. Toyota. Let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes to the paddock Cole and Rayshana from the Lexington trio, the Campbells. Siblings Cole and Rayshana have provided a trademark sound to Kentucky performing arts for more than 20 years. Please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Marie Nardowitz from dining as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Marie.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the south gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the south gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the north terrace and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the paddock area and north terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the south gate, east gate, or north gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
And they're off. Especially You comes right out for the early lead. Smokin' Hot Bobby is there upon the outside, but Especially You, the early leader, Smokin' Hot Bobby now draws alongside, now puts ahead in front as they head up the backstretch. Gap of 2, Ancient Brown is away running in third by just a half length. Kitty's Promise fourth between horses a half length. And then Princess Renee, she's fifth up on the outside, running 4 lengths off the lead. Break of 5 more back of her to Bowmaker, who is last. Opening quarter, 22.83 seconds. Back up front, Smokin' Hot Bobby from the outside, Especially You against the rail. That's the ongoing lead battle. Ancient Brown stalking that pair, a length and a half off the front duo in third. Then a gap of 3 lengths. Kitty's Promise moves up the inside in fourth by almost a full length now. Princess Renee still back there in fifth, and a gap of 8 more lengths back of her to Bowmaker, who's last around the far turn. Especially You, the leader, a half length. Smokin' Hot Bobby second by 2. Ancient Brown is third. Kitty's Promise to the outside fourth is 5 lengths from the front. Princess Renee is fifth, another length behind her as they turn for home. Especially You with Ancient Brown has running room now. Ancient Brown draws right up alongside, runs right by, and as soon as Ancient Brown found some running room, was gone with the lead. Now Princess Renee is running late. She's still fourth, now third, challenging for second, but she's a good 8 lengths back of the leader. Ancient Brown has already passed the 16th pole. The battle will be for second. Ancient Brown, Adam Beskica aboard. Ancient Brown to win the opener at Keeneland. Especially You did hang on for second. Princess Renee had to settle for third, and further back, Kitty's Promise in fourth. The official results in the winner's circle: number 1, Ancient Brown, owned by the Built Right Stables LLC of Lynn and Lola Cash, trained by Lynn Cash. Adam Beskica is the winning. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes 3 Tipsy Chicks. 3 Tipsy Chicks right out for the early lead. Here comes Bella Conchita up from the outside. Federalist Papers now moves up toward the center of the course as well. Met in Miami back toward the inside is right behind the early leader, 3 Tipsy Chicks, who's got to the front now by a length and slides over next to the rail. Bella Conchita moves up in second, 3/4 of a length. Met in Miami third against the rail, 3/4 of a length. Federalist Papers fourth up on the outside, and Noble Enterprise last of the 5 as they come to the top of the stretch for the first time. 3 Tipsy Chicks is the leader. 3 Tipsy Chicks with Bella Conchita. They're on the outside. The 2 grays at the front of the field, separated by just a neck. Met in Miami third, back toward the inside, just over 1 circuit to go here. And then Federalist Papers, who's fourth under a snug hold toward the outside, and Noble Enterprise is at the back. The opening quarter went in 26.31 seconds. The first half mile in 53.14. Here's Bella Conchita to take a narrow lead. Bella Conchita, Brian Hernandez Jr. from the outside, up to take the lead by just a half length. 3 Tipsy Chicks, though, is going to save the ground back into the turn, continues to hug that rail, moves back up, regains the advantage by almost a full length. Bella Conchita stalks the pace now again second on the outside, 3/4 of a length. Met in Miami third, back toward the inside, 3/4 of a length. Federalist Papers goes fourth up on the outside, and Noble Enterprise last of the 5 and still 5 lengths off the leader as they make that journey up the back stretch. 3 Tipsy Chicks is the leader. 6 furlongs, 119.16. Midpoint of the backstretch. 3 Tipsy Chicks leads at 3/4 of a length. Bella Conchita second on the outside. Met in Miami is still back toward the rail in third, a length and a half off the lead. Flanked there by Federalist Papers, who's fourth up on the outside onto the final turn. And Noble Enterprise last, still 5 lengths off the lead. 3 Tipsy Chicks, the leader, midway on the far turn, still 3/4 of a length the margin. Bella Conchita second on the outside. Met in Miami still against the rail and still there in third, just over a 1/4 mile to go. Noble Enterprise looks for running room between horses. Federalist Papers is at the back and still 4 from the front as they turn for home. Now Federalist Papers tries to come forward, chasing after 3 Tipsy Chicks, and then Met in Miami, followed by Noble Enterprise against the rail, who needs room. And now Federalist Papers strikes the lead in the final 16th. Federalist Papers, Irad Ortiz Jr. to the front in the final 16th of a mile, and Federalist Papers wins it. And it was Noble Enterprise across the line in second. Met in Miami was third. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Rose Glade, the unofficial winner, number 5, Federalist Papers, owned by Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown. And they're off. There goes Hemp Heaven from the outside. Bless the Kitten from the inside. Fortune's Fool kicks in between that pair. Bless the Kitten moves up down toward the rail. Fortune's Fool right there on the outside. These two go at it for the early lead as they head into the first turn. Hemp Heaven is third, and then a break of 5 lengths to Ballin' on a Budget, who is next to last around the turn, and My Bariley is the early trailer. Bless the Kitten has made the lead against the rail and leads it by just 1 length. Fortune's Fool is second by just over 2 lengths. Hemp Heaven backs away to third, then a gap of 8 more lengths back to the 2 trailers, Ballin' on a Budget and My Bariley. The opening quarter is on the board in 24.18 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Bless the Kitten, the leader. Bless the Kitten on top by 2 lengths at the midpoint of the backstretch and is followed by Fortune's Fool in the second position. Then Hemp Heaven in third, 47.81 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Break of 4 more lengths to Ballin' on a Budget, who's in the 4th spot and is joined there by My Bariley, 5th up on the outside, 6 from the front onto the far turn. Bless the Kitten, the leader. Now Bless the Kitten opens back up. Bless the Kitten by 3.5, 4 lengths midway on the far turn. Bless the Kitten by 5. Here's Ballin' on a Budget now at the quarter pole, sneaking through an opening down toward the rail, has gone from 4th into 2nd, still 6 lengths from the front, a gap of 6 more then back to Hemp Heaven in 3rd. Fortune's Fool is in 4th. My Bariley is last. Into the short stretch they come. Bless the Kitten leads by 3. Ballin' on a Budget trying to chase down Bless the Kitten. Here comes Ballin' on a Budget, a 16th of a mile to go. Ballin' on a Budget draws alongside of Bless the Kitten. Ballin' on a Budget, a narrow lead. Ballin' on a Budget to win it by a length on the line for Adam Beschitza. Bless the Kitten was across the line in 2nd, and My Bariley was 3rd. Keeneland's 3rd race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Ballin' on a Budget, owned by Spartan Team Investments, LLC of Perry Harrison, trained by Michelle Lovell. 2 wins today for Jockey. They are at the post. And they're off. Pelagroso out for the lead. Doozy Bats has early speed as well. And there goes Most Impressive down toward the inside. Most Impressive now moves up to 2nd. Pelagroso has the lead, though. Extreme Gem moves up 3rd. Now 2nd on the outside. Doozy Bats, center of the course, is in 4th. Georgetown Road is in the 5th position. Devious 6th up on the outside. Troublemaking is in 7th. Hey There, a lane off the rail, is 8th. Shardy Party back in some traffic in 9th with running to do, nearly a dozen lengths off the lead onto the far turn. Never At All is in 10th. Reverb 11th. Leave It Be is last to the 12, 21.95 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Pelagroso the leader. Pelagroso by 3, quarter mile to go. Extreme Gem is 2nd by 2 as they head off the far turn. Most Impressive is 3rd, looking toward the inside. Pelagroso to catch past the 8th pole. Pelagroso 5-length lead. Extreme Gem 2nd. Most Impressive is in 3rd. Georgetown Road, Hey There on the far outside. Shardy Party has come through traffic, is 4th, 5 lengths behind the leader in deep stretch. Shardy Party is coming fast on the outside, but Pelagroso has the lead. Pelagroso, Shardy Party gets there in the final strides after a magnificent stretch rally under jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Of Keeneland's 4th race, the Woodburn, number 1, Shardy Party, owned by Stone Street Stables, LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Wesley Ward. The jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. with his 2nd winner on the card. Shardy Party, 3-year-old filly by Dark Angel out of Spiritual Lady by Pastor. They are at the post. And they're off. Beautiful Farewell broke alertly. Sonoma County is there. No silver spoons here. Doreen moves up on the outside. Beautiful Farewell between horses puts ahead in front, but now no silver spoons here. Moves by toward the rail, takes the lead by 3/4 of a length. Beautiful Farewell goes 2nd, and then American Heights kicks in down toward the inside and moves up into 3rd. Nibbles is 4th in between horses. Doreen settles back on the outside in 5th, nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Sonoma County 6th. West Love is in 7th. Jamaican Bourbon caught wide in 8th over to the far turn. turn. And then Cocoa Puff is in ninth at a break of 6 more lengths back to Shaolin, who's last of the 10. 22.75 seconds the time for the opening quarter. No Silver Spoons here against the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length. Beautiful Farewell is second by 6. American Heights is third by 2. And then Nibbles, who's fourth toward the inside. Jamaican Bourbon, fifth up on the outside. West Love is sixth down toward the rail, nearly 10 from the front. There's a quarter mile to go. No Silver Spoons here. The leader, Beautiful Farewell, comes after her from the outside. A length separates the top two. Coming toward the 8th pole. No Silver Spoons here. Opening up now. 3-4 lengths to the good into the final furlong. Beautiful Farewell is second by 5. West Love has gone to third. And then Cocoa Puff fourth against the rail, but far back, as No Silver Spoons here is past the 16th pole and has this one wrapped up. No Silver Spoons here wins it convincingly for Flavian Pratt. Beautiful Farewell was across the line in the second position, followed by Cocoa Puff, who was up for third. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, number 2, No Silver Spoons here, owned by Michael Dubb and Michael Caruso, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey. They are at the post. And they're off. Good Juju out for the lead from the inside, but here's Skyro, and Skyro now moves forward. Floriform moves up. Monition out in the center of the course as they head for the first turn. Monition moves forward. Monition has the lead. Skyro second. Floriform is in third, settles back in between horses. Point Me By moves up to the far outside in fourth. Going to be wide onto that first turn. Cellist going to be about 5 wide at the entry to the turn. Monition has the lead, though. Monition, a lane off the rail, leads at a length. Point Me By to second. Skyro third. Cellist out in the center of the course is in fourth. Floriform is fifth in between horses. Be Here is toward the outside in sixth. Continental Coins is seventh back toward the inside. Buy Me Candy moves up a lane off the rail in the 8th position. Leblon was wide around the first turn, center of the course now in the backstretch in 9th. Good Juju is shuffled back into 10th. Absam is 11th. And Palazzi, last of the 12, first quarter 24.66. Opening half mile 48.97 seconds. Monition against the rail is the leader. Monition leads it by a half length. Point Me By is second, a length and a half. Cellist third up on the outside. Skyro back toward the inside is in fourth. And then Floriform alongside of Continental Coins. Floriform is in sixth. Now taking fifth on the outside. Still just over 4 lengths off the lead. Then Buy Me Candy, Be Here, Leblon, followed by Good Juju, Absam, and Palazzi at the back. Quarter mile to go. Monition leads it off the far turn. Point Me By second. Skyro to the inside from third. Cellist fourth. Floriform is still fifth. Floriform looks for running room to the far outside now. Skyro needs room at the rail. Monition has the lead. Here comes Floriform. Skyro needs room. Cellist fights on. Point Me By still there. Floriform coming after Monition. Cellist in between horses. Floriform to the lead. Floriform to win it for Joel Rosario. Race, the official winner in the winner's circle now for race 6, the featured Diamond A Farms, number 9, Floriform, owned by Judd Mott, Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Joel Rosario. Floriform, a 4-year-old son of Into Mischief. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Expensive Cut out for the early lead. Expensive Cut goes right to the front. Down Cold comes away in second. Silent Disco is away running in third. Bureau is fourth. And Maximum Impact settles last of the 5 heading into the first turn. Expensive Cut, the leader, stays outward from the rail moving into the first turn. Now angles down closer to the inside, saving the ground around the turn with a 1-length lead. Down Cold just off the leader's flank now in second by a length. Silent Disco third up toward the outside by just a neck. Bureau fourth back toward the inside. Gap of 2 more lengths. Maximum Impact is last. It was 25.4 seconds over the fast main track for that opening quarter. Expensive Cut, the leader, only by a half length, now just by a neck. Down Cold is right alongside the leader toward the outside in second. Silent Disco finds some running room there between horses and decides it's time to move on. Silent Disco for third, second to the lead just for a moment. Now Expensive Cut fights back, regains the lead. Silent Disco is alongside. That will shuffle Down Cold to third up on the far outside. A length off the front pair. Bureau back toward the inside fourth. 2 more lengths of Maximum Impact. Last of the 5. 50.97 seconds the time for that first half mile. Expensive Cut, the leader, 3/4 of a length. And Silent Disco second by a neck. Here's Down Cold making a bid now for the lead as they come to the quarter pole. Bureau swings off the rail to the far outside in fourth. Still 4 from the front to the top of the short stretch. Expensive Cut, the leader, opens up here by 3 lengths into the stretch. And Down Cold is second. Bureau is third. Maximum Impact fourth. And Silent Disco back to fifth. Final furlong. Expensive Cut, a 5-length lead. Down Cold is second. Bureau is third. Expensive Cut in the final 16th for apprentice jockey Alice Beckman. Expensive Cut to win it. Down Cold was home second. Close for third. Either Maximum Impact or Bureau for that third spot. Circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the unofficial winner, number 2, Expensive Cut, owned by Keith Kinman, who's also the trainer. Apprentice jockey Alice Beckman with the winning ride. Expensive Cut. They are at the post, and they're off. American Pyramid broke alertly, comes right out for the lead. Spare Cash is going to back away down toward the inside as American Pyramid will have the lead heading down into the first turn. Saffron Moon is there. Diva Ready comes away running in third. In fact, Diva Ready bumping incident there with Amelia's Map heading into the first turn. Now everybody settles down and straightens course by the time they move midway onto the first turn. Back up front, it's going to be American Pyramid against the rail, leading it by 3/4 of a length. Saffron Moon is second by a half length. Spare Cash tucked away neatly to the inside in third. Diva Ready is now fourth on the outside, 3 lengths off the lead. Then Lotta Roses between horses is fifth. Miss Susie Yard to the inside, sixth. Robin's Fantasy is in seventh. Take Joy is in 8th position. Under One Sky to the inside is in 9th. Amelia's Map is now 10th on the outside, and Honeycomb last of the 11. 24.57 for the quarter, 49.07 seconds for the first half mile. Over to the far turn, American Pyramid against the rail, leading Saffron Moon by 3/4 of a length. Spare Cash still third toward the inside, a length and a half off the lead. And then Diva Ready. Now Diva Ready has to go wide toward the center of the course. She's third. She's still 2.5 lengths from the front. Robin's Fantasy angles wide to the center of the course. Spare Cash looks for running room. Saffron Moon has taken the lead. Coming to the 8th pole, Spare Cash goes to second. Diva Ready goes to third. American Pyramid drops back toward the inside, and Saffron Moon kicking on a widening 6-length advantage. Back to Spare Cash. Robin's Fantasy goes to third. Saffron Moon, 2 wins today for Flavian Pratt. Saffron Moon, much the best. Spare Cash was second. Robin's Fantasy third, and Take Joy came out of a crowd in the final strides to be fourth. Results are official for Keeneland's 8th race. In the winner's circle, the official winner of the Creek View, number 9, Saffron Moon, owned by CHP Racing of Christine and Phil Hatfield. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. The main track is listed fast and the turf listed firm, the rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. Race 1 will start the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick 5. In the opener, scratch part of entry number 1, Baytown Melody. Also scratch part of entry number 2, Tussler. Again, scratch part of entry number 1, Baytown Melody. Scratch part of entry number 2, Tussler. Keep in mind, the 1A still runs and the 2B still runs. Couple of overweights in that first race. Number 3, Tia Frida, the jockey, 2 pounds over. And number 6, Top of My Game, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Second race starts the early pick 4. There's an overweight, number 9, I Am Freaky Fast, jockey, 2 pounds over. That's number 9, I Am Freaky Fast, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Third race. Scratch number 2, Sir Giannis. And scratch the 5, Santa Cruiser. That's in the third race. Scratch the 2, Sir Giannis. And scratch the 5, Santa Cruiser. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta wager, and no superfecta. On that third race, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta wager. Fourth race, that's where the pick 6 begins. No carryover for the pick 6. In the fourth race, scratch number 2, Jay Zertz, and scratch the 6, Gigablast. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 2, Jay Zertz, and scratch number 6, Gigablast. Race 5, start of the late pick 5, also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In that fifth race, contrary to the program, number 6, Baytown Warrior, is a gelding. Again, contrary to the program, number 6, Baytown Warrior, is a gelding. Overweight, number 8, American Starlet, the jockey, 1 pound over. Number 8, American Starlet, the jockey, 1 pound over. Sixth race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 3, Lady Be Lucky. Also scratch the 11, You Like Apples. Again, scratch number 3, Lady Be Lucky. And scratch the 11, You Like Apples. Please note the 1A, Chaberton, draws into the race. Again, please note the 1A, Chaberton, draws into the race. Jockey change for the 5, one-time Mo. That will be Corey Lannery. Again, jockey change on the 5, one-time Mo. Jockey Corey Lannery. Also, there's an overweight, number 9, Silencing. Jockey is 1 pound over. Number 9, Silencing, the jockey, 1 pound over. Seventh race. Scratch part of entry 1A, Schlafmitz. That's in the seventh race. Scratch part of entry, the 1A, Schlafmitz, did not draw into the race. There's an overweight, the 11, Amani's Image, 3 pounds over. That's the 11, Amani's Image, the jockey, 3 pounds over. The featured 8th race, scratch number 5, Skinny Dip. That's in the featured 8th race, scratch number 5, Skinny Dip. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta wager on race 8. Again, no superfecta wager on race 8. Ninth and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. In that 9th race, scratch number 1, Blue Devil. Scratch number 6, Mighty C. Also scratch the 15, Deep State. and scratch the 16 Summer Anthem. That's in the 9th race. Scratch number 1, Blue Devil. Scratch number 6, Mighty Sea. Scratch the 15, Deep State, and scratch the 16, Summer Anthem. Please note, number 13, Shannon Run, draws into the race the jockey Edgar Morales. Again, number 13, Shannon Run, draws into the race. The jockey will be Edgar Morales. Also, number 14, 3 Wolves, draws into the race. The jockey Florent Giroux. Again, number 14, 3 Wolves, draws into the race. The jockey Florent Giroux. Also in that 9th race, contrary to the program, number 11, Ardenwood, is a gelding. That's in that 9th race. Contrary to the program, number 11, Ardenwood, is a gelding. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Thursday to you, Kurt Becker. Those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse and at home, we've got 9 races ahead of us. Ideal conditions once again to close out this final week of racing for Keeneland Spring 2022.
And looking at the trainers race, the jockeys race, we're going to come down to the wire. It's a tight battle between pretty much the top 3 in terms of the jockey standings and the trainer standings, so definitely something to pay attention to. It's a great day of racing, and it's going to be great weather this weekend as well.
It is. It's going to be fantastic. So looking forward to these final 2 days of racing. 9 races tomorrow. 9 races today, 10 races tomorrow, and then right into the Keeneland April sale following the races here at Keeneland, and that'll kick off at 6:30 p.m. All right, today's featured race, race number 8, it's a third level allowance race, optional 80 and 6.5 furlongs will be the distance. Skinny Dip is a scratch. Wesley Ward, he's got a lot of opportunities to try to extend that lead in the trainer standings away from Chad Brown, and Brad Cox are close on his heels. He's got 2-year-old racing to lean on as well, but he's also got Red Ghost in the feature with Johnny V in the saddle.
She is, in my opinion, helped by the scratch of the 5 Skinny Dip, because she'll have the ability to maybe go to the lead today. But Union Maiden is no slouch. She's at 4-1. She likely will be the second choice, and she comes out of a race last time out going against Kamari, who was 3rd in the Grade 1 Madison. So it is a small field, but a field of very talented fillies and mares.
That's the featured event later on this afternoon, I should say, race number 8 on the card. We are less than 17 minutes away, though, from kicking off the opener here on this Thursday at Keeneland. Race number 1, 4.5 furlongs on the main track for the 2-year-olds. Then we'll roll right into 2-year-olds on the turf course. So the early daily double comprised of young horses just getting their careers underway. And we'll start with the number 7 horse in here, No Nay Hudson, a Keeneland sales graduate from the September sale last year. A Malibu Moon first dam by the name of Ross Silk, who was a Grade 2 stakes winner, draws to the outside. The No Nay Nevers absolutely will be live in these first 2 races. Wyco will be the next one on the turf course, but here's a good-looking colt for Andrew Farm and For the People Stables with Johnny V, and has had plenty of workouts, has 6 workouts coming into this debut.
And you can never discount a Wesley Ward runner, especially when they're taking this type of money in these 2-year-old races. But I saw the pedigree the same way you did, this Keeneland September sales graduate. And I actually like the post position. I know sometimes you go back and forth between liking an inside post or an outside post, and it really does matter at 4.5 furlongs for these baby races. But sometimes, Scott, they don't get out of the gate. We've even seen Wesley Ward horses not break sharply sometimes in the afternoon. And with that outside post position, it gives them the ability to recover.
You've got the Big Wham on top, colt by Mr. Big, actually a Washington bred. So many of the Mr. Big colts and fillies are California bred, but not in this instance, and has had a few quick workouts here at Keeneland, and also was the focus of the Clocker Report this morning on Today at Keeneland.
I love to hear that, because the Clocker Report has been spot on over the course of the past couple of weeks here. But I saw the workouts just off of the page, and I was impressed. That gate workout going 4 furlongs and 47-2, followed up by a 3 furlong workout out of the gate, best of 32 that day. So it does seem like this horse likely will have some gate speed, some stamina with some of those half-mile workouts. And I also like the fact, the Clocker report, and the fact that he's 3-1 right now.
He sure doesn't have the body size that the Wesley Ward 2-year-olds have, but he is a good-looking colt as he gets set for that this debut effort, I should say. The number 5 horse, Ashcroft for Wesley Ward. This colt might be slightly bigger, in my opinion, than the other Wesley Ward runner, and there's a look at Wesley. These youngsters acting up a bit, just reacting to one another. Nothing over the top as of yet, but Ashcroft gets Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle, and the first dam of this colt was a stakes winner, and she too, Sky Willow, this colt's mother, was a first out winner. So the pedigree is there to win first time out, and obviously out of the best barn, arguably in the country, to win first time out.
He's a big boy, isn't he?
He is a big boy.
Wow. I'll be interested to see kind of the only bad thing about horses that are this big at this stage of the game, Scott. I find that sometimes they don't really get out of the gate. Sometimes they're just so big, it takes them a couple of strides to get out of the gate. We'll see if that's the case with him. I know Wesley does a tremendous amount of gate work with his babies, and they usually break fast in the afternoon, but it is always something to consider. But beautiful-looking individual in the paddock. We'll round up the paddock side conversation with Top of My Game. He was debuted back on the 13th here of April at Keeneland Racecourse, so 15 days ago. Finished an even 4th on that afternoon, gets an outside draw. The rider change is in play here with Renee Diaz riding for Luis Mendez, one of 2 for the Mendez barn. I've been very impressed by Renee Diaz and how he's kind of acclimated to Keeneland and this very deep colony of riders. With this horse, though, experience is key, not necessarily because of fitness, but because they came here, they had to go to the gate, they had to do the post parade, they had to do all of the pomp and circumstance here in the afternoon, Scott, and that always is helpful in terms of their mind. Race number 1, less than 13 minutes to post, the first of 9 today here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Hamburg Place. 4.5 furlongs over the Headley course. The main track is listed fast. First race, a maiden special weight for 2-year-olds. Scratch part of entry, number 1, Baytown Melody. But a reminder, the 1A still runs. Again, scratch part of entry, number 1, Baytown Melody. But a reminder, the 1A still runs. Likewise, scratch part of entry, number 2, Tussler. But the 2B still runs. Again, scratch part of entry, number 2, Tussler. But a reminder, the 2B still runs. Couple of overweights, number 3, Tia Frida, the jockey 2 pounds over. The 6, Top of My Game, the jockey 2 pounds over. Double, pick 3, start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is firm, 8 minutes to post.
Taking a closer look at the field of 2-year-olds on track here, and the number 4, the Big Wham, is that first-time starter coming out of the Luis Mendez barns, Joe Talamo aboard, and this is actually a Clocker Report pick. Clocker Report has been pretty spot on over the course of the spring meeting, and this horse has been impressive in the morning, clocking a couple of workouts. Scott, did you have some info on this horse?
I did. I spoke to Luis Mendez just a few seconds ago, actually, and asked him about those 2 gate workouts and asked him how quick was he away from the gate. He said he's not that fast away from the starting gate. He finishes quickly, but he has been out-jumped versus the other 2-year-olds that he's had. So we'll see how he fares. That's going to be crucial to him today. As good as he's been working, he's not as quick away from the gate from what Luis Mendez has seen, and he is the clear second choice right now at 2-1.
And you have to be quick out of the gate to win at 4.5 furlongs. He's also small, and that's what you get with a May foal. I do think that he's got more growing to do. All right, we'll check in with a couple of horses. The 5, Ashcroft, that first-time starter by Munnings, coming out of the Wesley Ward barn, and he's very impressive. He is a little naughty on the track, and we did see him maybe acting up a little bit in the paddock as well, but Irad Ortiz Jr. is doing his best to try to keep his mind on the task at hand, but he does definitely have a strong personality in his own right. The number 6, Top of My Game, the other one for Luis Mendez. I actually physically prefer this horse, Scott, of the two Mendez horses. And like I said before, experience is key in terms of how they act in the afternoon, and he is acting so professionally right now.
And I asked Luis Mendez's trainer why bring him back a second time this meet, and they said, we found this race for him instead of working him. So instead of working, let's put a race into him, and you're obviously going to get a lot more experience being around a group of horses in doing so. So that's the mindset behind Luis Mendez and these connections to bring him back in 15 days' time off the debut.
And then the 7 horse, finally, No Nay Hudson, another first-time starter for Wesley Ward by No Nay Never. This horse is being bet. When you look at the two Wesley horses, this one appears to be more live. And Scott, looking at him, he looks way more athletic than the 5. And that's not to say that he'll win or be better or anything like that, but a lot of the time you like to see that precocious build, and I see that with No Nay Hudson versus Ashcroft right now, at this point in time.
Right. It looks like Ashcroft's a horse that may come on from this race, and this horse obviously will as well, but like Gabby said, looks more suited for this first go-around here today. He's 6-5 right now. Early pick 5 pool is very big, $235,000. You've got less than 3 minutes to get those wagers in for the opener here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Hamburg Place, start of the early pick 5.
Getting it.
They are at the post.
Go right back him out.
And they're off. There goes No-Nay Hudson from the outside for the lead. Top of my game has early speed. Tia Frida away third. Ashcroft comes out running in fourth. Now moves up between horses third. Now to challenge for second, 2 lengths off the lead. Further back, Baytown Get It On is fifth. The Big Wham moves up 1 spot from sixth on the outside. 6 lengths from the front. It spurs up. Last of the 7 around the far turn. No-Nay Hudson, the leader, by 2 lengths, now by 3 off the turn. Ashcroft in a battle for second right now with a quarter mile to go with Top of My Game. The Big Wham is fourth, trying to join that battle for second. They're all trying to chase down No-Nay Hudson, who's moving by the 8th pole with a 3-length lead. The Big Wham is in second. And then Top of My Game third. No-Nay Hudson, 16th to go, 5-length lead back to the Big Wham. No-Nay Hudson to win it for John Velasquez. The Big Wham was home in second, followed by Top of My Game in third. Spurs up, rallying for fourth.
Sybil is winning the break and winning the race. That's No-Nay Hudson, sharp away from there, and he'll draw off and win this one at odds of even money. And the number 4 horse, the Big Wham, ran true to what Luis Mendez said. He wasn't the fastest away from the gate, but he made a big middle move, and he certainly is a nice colt that needs to figure out how to get away from the starting gate.
For sure. Watch for him a little bit longer down the road. But the 7 No-Nay Hudson, we mentioned how sleek, athletic he was, and he was super precocious today, getting the victory at first asking for trainer Wesley Ward, adding another win to the tally during this Keeneland spring meeting.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 7, No-Nay Hudson, finished first. Number 4, the Big Wham, second. Number 6, Top of My Game, third. The 2B, Spurs Up, was fourth. 746 2B, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's first race official. 746 2B, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's first race, the Hamburg Place, number 7, No-Nay Hudson. Owned by Andrew Farm of Richard Brody, owned also by For the People Racing Stable, LLC of T. Mike Morgan. Wesley Ward, the trainer, John Velasquez, the jockey. Nonay Hudson, a 2-year-old son of Nonay Never out of Raw Silk by Malibu Moon, bred in Ireland by RJB Bloodstock. The Keeneland September sales graduate gets the 4.5 furlongs over the Headley course, 51.92 seconds over the fast main track. Trophy presentation for the first race, the Hamburg Place, to the connections of Nonay Hudson. Keeneland's second race upcoming, the turf-listed Firm, the rail at 10 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. A reminder about the overweight number 9, I Am Freaky Fast, the jockey 2 pounds over. That's number 9, I Am Freaky Fast, the jockey 2 pounds over. Third race, scratch the 2, Sir Giannis, and scratch the 5, Santa Cruiser. That's in the third race, scratch number 2, Sir Giannis, and scratch the 5, Santa Cruiser. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta on the third race. Fourth race, scratch the 2, Jay Zertz, and scratch the 6, Gigablast. That's the fourth race, scratch number 2, Jay Zertz, and scratch the 6, Gigablast. And looking ahead to race 5, a reminder, contrary to the program, number 6, Baytown Warrior, is a gelding. That's in race 5. Number 6, Baytown Warrior, is a gelding. Overweight, number 8, American Starlet, jockey 1 pound over.
Okay. Race number 2 is the first 2-year-old turf race here at Keeneland. Not only the first 2-year-old turf race at Keeneland, but the first 2-year-old turf race in the country. And here's a look at another son of No Nay Never. This is Wyco, a $440,000 Keeneland September sales graduate from last year's sale. Is a half-brother to 4 other turf winners, half-brother to that nice filly, Her World, who was 3rd in the TVG Limestone this meet. So good pedigree, high expectations, and we'll see if Wesley and these connections and No Nay Never can sweep the early daily double here at Keeneland Racecourse. The expectations are high. He's 3-5 right now on the tote board. Uncle Heedley is another Wesley Ward runner. This is a gelding by Oscar Performance, a Grade 1 winner on turf, this from his first crop. So we'll see how he handles this, and good luck to the connections behind Oscar Performance. I know they've put a lot of effort into him and this first crop of runners. So Uncle Heedley, drawn to the outside, has the pedigree to handle the turf course, no doubt. This is the first runner for the first dam, Our Passion, the daughter of Elusive Quality, 8-1 on the tote board right now. And then the number 5 horse, Bourbon Therapy. I'll take a shot here at 16-1. Don't mind the top side, but this is more of a bottom side pedigree play from the family of the mother, Naturally Naughty, the daughter of Holly Bull. She has produced a turf winner. In fact, her only winner was a winner on grass. So going to lean on that pedigree. John Ennis also has become really a household name when it comes to freshman races here at Keeneland Racecourse. And James Graham, he needs no introduction either. So Bourbon Therapy, I'll take a swing there at 16-1. But we'll see if Wesley can sweep the early daily double with Sons of No Nay Never after that impressive debut from No Nay Hudson. Good luck. This race does start the early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maidens 2-year-olds on the turf, which is listed firm today, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf course. A reminder, the rail is set at 10 feet. Double pick 3 and start of the early pick 4. Turf is firm. Main track is fast today. In this second race, no scratches, no jockey changes. A reminder about the overweight, the 9 I Am Freaky Fast, the jockey 2 pounds over. Number 9, I Am Freaky Fast, the jockey 2 pounds over. Start of the early pick 4. Race 2 coming up in just 7 minutes.
Race number 2, less than 5 minutes to post as these 2-year-olds get ready for debuts for the most part. And this 3-horse has been acting this way since he arrived in the paddock. Liberty Hall, feeling good down there. He is a big boy. I spoke to his owner, Jake Ballas, who runs Black Type Thoroughbreds, along with Dominic Savitas, that's the other owner of this colt, and said that he's never acted this way, and they're hoping that he can be quick away from the gate, and that's why they put Luis Saez in the saddle.
It's tough for Louis because Louis is trying to kind of teach him a lesson on the track, and every time he moves his hands off of his withers, he reacts to it and tries to pop up off the ground. He's a beautiful horse, Scott, but you mentioned his size, and look at how much more he has to grow. His hind end is so much higher than his withers. He's all leg. I just feel like he's going to be a late 2-year-old. He might perform well today, but he really needs to grow into himself.
Looks like a little bit longer might suit him as well because of his size. But one to keep an eye on, 26-1 gets the pony now to hopefully calm him down a bit. Let's go over to the number 4 horse, and the winner is for Wayne Catalano, bred by Susan Moulton, one of 2 Oscar performances. First 2 runners of that first crop of the Grade 1 winner Oscar performance.
I love this horse. He's not very big, but he's compact. He's well proportionate. Just everything about him and his attitude. I'm not saying that he's acting perfectly this afternoon, but he definitely has a little bit of swag and attitude, which you like to see. It's just a level of confidence, Scott. So the 4 I thought really stood out in the post parade. In Oscar performance, this is the first opportunity we're getting to see from his progeny. He was a little bit better as he got older, so I'll be curious to see if that is the case with his sons and daughters.
We saw that swag and attitude from a first out winner, Crackalakin, who was a big price. Keep in mind that McCracken runner, I believe that was last week. So you got to like what you're seeing. A great point out there, Gabby Gaudet, for this 2-year-old race. Let's go over to the number 10 horse, Wyco. No Nay Never. Colts looking to sweep the early daily double. He is 3-5, and he looks pretty darn good out there as well.
Yeah, he looks strong. He looks fast. He's everything you want to see in a 2-year-old. And the No Nay Nevers have done very, very well as of late. The money's telling you all that you need to know that this horse is live.
The 7 is 20-1. Here's a Steve Asmussen, first-time starter. Normally, Steve doesn't debut a lot of horses on the turf course, and when he does, it's less than 10% as far as a win percentage, which is certainly not up to the standards that Steve has set for his Hall of Fame career, an all-time leading trainer in the country and world, for that matter, as far as wins. But here he is, looks like a very mellow colt out there in the Mike McCarty silks.
And I kind of like that attitude, and physically, he's a beautiful horse. Steve Asmussen sends out 2 horses in here, the 7 Roman Giant and the 12 Underlay, and I actually preferred this horse from a physical standpoint. I don't know if he's going to be ready in order to win today, Scott, but I do think he could run well at a big price.
Our first 2-year-old turf race of the year comes up next here at Keeneland. It's race 2.
Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 6, Study Committee. Keeneland's second race, a late scratch. Scratch number 6, Study Committee. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Again, late scratch, scratch number 6, Study Committee. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Undelay out for the lead. Uncle Headley has speed, and here comes Bourbon Therapy down to the inside. Roman Giant's going to move up into second now. Bourbon Therapy to the lead. Roman Giant second. Uncle Headley third. Undelay is in fourth position. Wyco is fifth, and between horses 5 lengths off the lead. I Am Freaky Fast sixth to the inside of that one. Cadillac Candy seventh. Mabuhay travels in eighth, and the winner is ninth. Revere Note is in 10th. Liberty Hall last of the 11, 22.01 seconds for that first quarter. Midway on the turn, Bourbon Therapy to the inside leads at 3/4 of a length. Roman Giant second by 2. Wyco and Uncle Headley going to move as a team to the outside. They have to go to the center of the course off the far turn. Cadillac Candy and I Am Freaky Fast behind them. Here's Uncle Headley down the outside to challenge Roman Giant. Wyco between them. Bourbon Therapy fights on. Cadillac Candy, and the winner is, who's coming late on the grandstand side, Wyco to the lead, and the winner is running on from the outside. What a stretch run from "And the Winner Is" for Flavian Pratt. The Oscar Performance Colt, and the winner is impressive here on debut.
What a late run from this son of Oscar Performance. As Oscar Performance, they show up here today with "And the Winner Is." Flavian Pratt in the saddle. Had a lot of work to do and some horses that were running out in front of him, but what a wicked kick down the lane for this 2-year-old.
Gosh, Scott, this horse was so beautiful before the race. He was just touting himself. He had so much confidence about him, and that's all that matters in the afternoon, is a horse that is confident and equally as talented. And in the end, Scott, Flavian Pratt was wrapped up in the end. This horse with a wicked close from mid-pack to first. It's going to be 4-1-10 across the finish line for race 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 4, and the winner is, finished first. Number 1, Cadillac Candy second. Number 10, Wyco third. Number 8, Mabuhay fourth. 4-1-10-8 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official, 4-1-10-8, the official results. the official winner of Keeneland's second race. Number 4, and the winner is owned and bred in Kentucky by Susan Moulton, trained by Wayne Catalano, the jockey Flavian Pratt. And the winner is 2-year-old colt from the first crop by Oscar Performance out of Run Like the Boss by Scat Daddy. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed firm, 1 minute 3.85 seconds. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch number 2, Sir Giannis, and scratch the 5, Santa Cruiser. Again, scratch the 2, Sir Giannis, and scratch the 5, Santa Cruiser. No show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta on the third race. Fourth race, as the trophy presentation is now being made for today's second to the connections of And the Winner Is. Looking ahead to the fourth race, scratch the 2, Jay Zertz, scratch the 6, Gigablast. That's in the fourth race, scratch the 2, Jay Zertz, scratch the 6, Gigablast. Fifth race, a reminder the 6, Baytown Warrior, is a gelding. That's in the fifth race. A reminder the 6, Baytown Warrior, is a gelding. Overweight, the 8, American Starlet, the jockey, 1 pound over.
This is race number 3, $40,000 claimers, 3 and up, which have not won 3 races or straight 3-year-olds. They'll be sprinting 6 furlongs. Race offers an exacta as well as double and pick 3s as they continue to roll. We're looking at the heavy favorite, the number 6 horse, at 3-5. That is Hope and Dignity for trainer Michael Maker. Paradise Farms, Luis Saez takes a significant drop down in class here today. And if he runs true to his dirt form, should be very speedy away from the starting gate.
Yeah, and in this compact field, he definitely has the advantage given his running style, Scott. He's quick, even showing that quickness in those 5.5 turf sprints. So coming back to the main track at 3/4 and at this level, he, in my opinion, is in a position to control.
Maybe Quick Return, the number 4 horse, can be close to him. I don't think he's quite as fast as Hope and Dignity, but this 5-year-old son of Central Banker has shown some good dirt races, and hopefully that gets him back into form, because his synthetic tries at Turfway Park were not nearly as good as his runs between Saratoga, Belmont, and right here at Keeneland on dirt.
He definitely looks like a better dirt horse. Those synthetic tries, I know it was a tough race last time out, but his synthetic try 2 starts back wasn't great, so I think the connections are probably excited to get him back to a conventional dirt surface.
Sag Harbor, the number 3 horse, 3-1. He's the second choice slightly. There really isn't an established second choice at this point in the wagering for what it's worth, with the 3-5 favorite, and then 2 4-1 shots, and then the 3-1 shot. But here's a runner that's going to need horses to hook up and hopefully come back to him if he's going to be successful. And his form at Oaklawn has been okay. It should go far enough here for him to be in contention for a top 3 finish.
Right, it's equivalent to what he faces today, but his running style is really working against him in this field, Scott. 3/4 seems like a good distance, but he's a horse that definitely needs a pace to develop in front of him. I think that's why he's 2 for 20 on form, is because those paces don't always develop in these sprints on the dirt.
Just a field of 4, now 1-5 on the number 6 horse. So even more money coming in on Hope and Dignity, and you've got 3 horses sitting at 5-1 thereafter. This is race number 3 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, claiming race for 3-year-olds and up for a price of $40,000. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 2, Sir Giannis. Also scratch the 5, Santa Cruiser. Again, scratch 2, Sir Giannis, and scratch 5, Santa Cruiser. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta on today's third race. That said, double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. Post time in just 6 minutes. Main track is fast, turf is firm. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. Hope and Dignity bounds right out for the early lead. Hope and Dignity right to the front, gets over toward the inside, leads it by a length and a half here in the opening strides. And there goes Quick Return up on the outside into the second position, a length off the lead, followed by English Tide back toward the inside, third by just a head, and Sag Harbor alongside that one now, dropping out to the back as these four work their way over to the far turn. Hope and Dignity against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length, and Quick Return is second up on the outside. It's 23.59 seconds, the time for that opening quarter. Hope and Dignity, Quick Return. A neck separates the top two. They've opened up by 4 lengths on the back two as they move off the far turn, as English Tide is in third position and Sag Harbor is fourth. A quarter mile to go. Hope and Dignity has the lead outward from the rail, and Quick Return is right alongside. Quick Return pokes ahead in front, coming by the 8th pole. Hope and Dignity fights back to the inside. Quick Return, Hope and Dignity. Then a gap of 6 more lengths back to Sag Harbor. Quick Return, Hope and Dignity. What a stretch battle between these two. Quick Return gets up by a neck on the line for Edgar Morales. Hope and Dignity was home second, Sag Harbor third, English Tide fourth.
Quite a battle, as Kurt Becker mentioned. You can see the 6 coming floating a little off the rail, or off the turn, I should say. Maybe a little race riding going on there, but these two horses come back together, and they are going to duke it out for the rest of the way, an 1/8 of a mile down the lane at this stage of the game. Once the 4 got her head in front, she maintained that advantage at odds of 5-2. So the upset on in this small field, race 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 4, Quick Return, was first. Number 6, Hope and Dignity, second. Number 3, Sag Harbor, third. Number 1, English Tide, fourth. 4631, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Quick Return, owned by BHB Racing LLC of trainer Thomas Humphreys, the jockey Edgar Morales. Quick Return, 5-year-old gelded son of Central Banker, had a flashy note by Cadianis, bred in New York by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 112.36. And the results are official. 4631, the official results. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Keeneland is delighted to partner with the Ronald McDonald House Charities of the Bluegrass for the past 39 years. Over the years, the Ronald McDonald House Day at the Races has raised funds to keep thousands of families together during times of medical crisis. Thank you to the Ronald McDonald House Charities of the Bluegrass and all those who support our families and children. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering also started. The pick 6, no carryover for the pick 6 today. Main track is fast, turf is firm, rail at 10 feet on the turf course. In this fourth race, scratch number 2, Jay Zertz, and scratch the 6, Gigablast. Again, scratch number 2, Jay Zertz, and scratch the 6, Gigablast. Race 5, a reminder, number 6, Baytown Warrior is a gelding. Number 6, Baytown Warrior, a gelding. Overweight, the 8 American Starlet, the jockey, 1 pound over. Sixth race, scratch number 3, Lady Be Lucky, and scratch the 11, You Like Apples. That's in the sixth race, scratch number 3, Lady Be Lucky, also scratch the 11, You Like Apples. A reminder, part of entry 1A, Chaberton draws into the race. Again, part of entry 1A, Chaberton draws into the race. Jockey change on the 5, One Time Mo, Corey Lannery. That's number 5, One Time Mo, the jockey Corey Lannery. Overweight, the 9, Silencing, the jockey 1 pound over. Number 9, Silencing, the jockey 1 pound over. 7th race, scratch part of entry, 1A, Schlafmitz. That's in the 7th race, scratch part of entry, 1A, Schlafmitz. There's an overweight, the 11, Amani's Image, the jockey, 3 pounds over. That's number 11, Amani's Image, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Featured 8th race, scratch the 5, Skinny Dip. Scratch the 5, Skinny Dip. No superfecta on race 8. Again, no superfecta on race 8. 9th and final race, scratch the 1, Blue Devil. Scratch the 6, Mighty Sea. Also scratch the 15, Deep State, and the 16, Summer Anthem. That's the 9th and final race. Scratch the 1, Blue Devil. Scratch number 6, Mighty Sea. Also scratch 15, Deep State. And scratch 16, Summer Anthem. A reminder, number 13, Shannon Run, draws into the race. The jockey will be Edgar Morales. Again, number 13, Shannon Run, draws into the race. The jockey, Edgar Morales. Also, number 14, 3 Wolves, draws into the race. Jockey Florent Giroux. Again, number 14, 3 Wolves, draws into the race. The jockey Florent Giroux. Also in that 9th race, contrary to the program, number 11, Ardenwood, is a gelding. Again, number 11, Ardenwood, is a gelding.
18 minutes away from race number 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse. 40,000 claimers going 3/4 of a mile, and Smile at the Storm is where we begin the conversation. Paddock side. He's 7-1 right now. Here's another runner that I've tended to lean towards these horses coming back for a second time this meet that comes back in 18 days, was third for 20,000, non-winners of 2 lifetime, and these connections, I assume, would like that effort enough to justify a run back for 40,000. So Smile at the Storm, the daughter of Can the Man. Hopefully she can build one better or a couple better off of that last race here at Keeneland. Down on the inside, she's 7-1 currently in the wagering. The number 3 horse, World of Wonder for Team Forrester and Grant Forrester. This is a filly by Liam's Map that ran well enough to win on debut, sprinting at Evangeline Downs down in Louisiana on dirt, going 3/4 of a mile, 6.5 furlongs, but winning by 6 lengths. After that, tried turf, then back onto the dirt course around the bull ring at Delta Downs, and continued that trend of good races. Wasn't quite as effective at the fairgrounds, but was a massive price in that turf event sprinting on the 6th of January, but responded with a good run for 30, a better effort for 30. But I think that this filly is live in here at Grant Forrester. Very good trainer first off the claim, in my opinion. She's sitting at odds of 4-1. The number 5 horse, Dame Cinco for Cherie DeVoe, 5-2 currently in the wagering. Hasn't been seen in 5 months for Belladonna Racing. Luis Saez jumps into the saddle. This is as simple as it gets as far as an angle. She drops in class. She's been running against Maiden Special Weight Company. She broke her maiden at Ellis last summer, and then her follow-up races to that against First Level Allowance Company. She just couldn't hang at Keeneland or at Churchill Downs. They gave her some time off. She comes back here for 40, and it looks like a justified drop down in class. So she is live on that basis alone in a pretty wide open race. Another opportunity here looking at this tote board. A couple of 7-1 shots occupied the longest shot spots in the wagering, and then 2 5-2 runners to occupy the top. We're less than 16 minutes away from race number 4 here at Keeneland. Do keep in mind, this does start the pick 6.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. A $40,000 claiming price for these fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 2 J Zerts and scratch the 6 Gigablast. Again, scratch the 2 J Zerts and scratch the 6 Gigablast. Double and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6. No carryover. Main track is fast. Turf is firm today. Post time at 7 minutes.
Race number 4, front side, getting ready for their warm-ups following the post parade. We go to Nana's Gray to start things off for Joe Sharp and Checkmate Stables. They claimed this horse for $30,000 at the end of March out of a turf event. And she's breathing fire. She is feeling as good as a horse possibly can without being over the top. She has so much energy right now as they add blinkers to this Creative Cause filly. She really stood out to me, and she's got dapples, gray dapples from head to toe. So she is feeling good at the very least. We'll see how she does returning to the main track and returning to a sprint distance. In fact, this will be the first time that she gets to run a true 3/4 of a mile. Her other dirt races, 2 turning at a mile 70, and then a 1-turn mile race when she followed up that maiden score. But she is feeling good and looks good. Nana's Gray, Tyler Gaffleone, and she's 7-2. The number 5 horse, Dame Cinco Charlie filly for Belladonna Racing. The class drop, she looks well as well. She's not quite as energetic as the outside filly, but that is fine. We see plenty of horses behave this way, and she's showing a bit of a class as we see her out on the track. So Dame Cinco, the number 5, 2-1. She's vying for favoritism in this spot. Sophia Strong, the number 4 horse, one of the longer shots in this field. The Gray filly by Strong Mandate. This was part of the focus this morning on our Trip Note Pros segment on today at Keeneland, pointing back to that race on March 26th as she was dueling with that pace and then tired, backed out of there, finished 7th in the end. So if you're following the Trip Note Pros, follow the 4. Make sure you check out Trip Note Pros in these final 2 days of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. Keeneland.com/Trip Note Pros. Put in a lot of work, a lot of effort to uncover trips that may not necessarily be as fully described in the comment lines in these past performances. Just a much more thorough comment line with Trip Note Pros. Race 4, less than 5 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the Pick Six. They are at the post. And they're off. Dame Cinco and Smile at the Storm both have early speed. These two come right to the front. There goes Sophia Strong from in between horses, moving up to press the pace as well. Sophia Strong moves up, takes the lead by just a neck. Dame Cinco to the outside, second by a head. Smile at the Storm, third toward the inside. Then a break of nearly 3 more lengths to Nana's Gray in fourth. High Fair is fifth. World of Wonder last of the sixth as they move on to the far turn. The opening quarter, 22.74 seconds. Sophia Strong against the rail is leading it by 3/4 of a length. Smile at the Storm, though, sneaks up through a narrow opening down toward the inside. Dame Cinco is there from the outside. The top three separated by a neck around the far turn. Then a gap of 3.5 more lengths back to High Fair, who's working toward the inside with a 1/4 mile to go. Has some running to do as they move into the stretch. Dame Cinco from the outside, Smile at the Storm from the inside. These two come to the front together at the 8th pole. High Fair is still 4 lengths away down toward the rail and running out of time to catch Smile at the Storm and Dame Cinco, who continue to go 1-2. High Fair is third toward the inside. Smile at the Storm, short lead. Dame Cinco is there. Smile at the Storm, and Rocco Bowen to win it by a long neck. Dame Cinco was across the line in second. High Fair had to settle for third.
Smile at the Storm gets that room to work with that she needed down on the inside, and she takes full advantage of it. She gets collared by the number 5 horse Dame Cinco, but she never allows Dame Cinco to get past her. What an effort by this daughter of Can the Man for Larry Demerit and Inga Demerit. Smile at the Storm ridden home to victory at odds of 9-2 by Rocco Bowen as they kick off this afternoon's Pick 6 in race number 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 1, Smile at the Storm, was first. Number 5, Dame Cinco, was second. Number 7, High Fair, third. Number 3, World of Wonder, fourth. 1573, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, unofficial winner number 1, Smile at the Storm, owned by Inga Demerit, trained by Larry Demerit, Rocco Bowen, the jockey. Smile at the Storm, a 3-year-old filly by Can the Man, out of Ms. Trish S. by Smoke Warning, bred in Kentucky by BHMFR LLC, 6 furlongs, 1 minute 12.11 seconds. Results are official for Keeneland's fourth race, 1573, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Main track is fast. The turf is firm today. The rail set at 10 feet on the turf course. In this fifth race, a reminder, contrary to the program, number 6, Baytown Warrior, is a gelding. Again, contrary to the program, the 6, Baytown Warrior, is a gelding. Overweight, the 8, American Starlet, the jockey, 1 pound over. Sixth race, scratch number 3, Lady Be Lucky. Also scratch the 11, You Like Apples. That's the sixth race, scratch number 3, Lady Be Lucky. Also scratch the 11, You Like Apples. A reminder, part of entry 1A, Shabberton, draws into the race. Part of entry 1A, Shabberton, draws into the race. Jockey for the 5, One Time Mo, Corey Lannery. Number 5, One Time Mo, the jockey, Corey Lannery. Overweight, the 9, Silencing, the jockey, 1 pound over. That's the 9, Silencing, the jockey, 1 pound over. Seventh race, scratch part of entry 1A, Schlafmitz. That's the seventh race, scratch part of entry 1A, Schlafmitz. Overweight, the 11, Amani's Image, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Number 11, Amani's Image, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Featured eighth race, scratch number 5, Skinny Dip. That's the featured eighth race, scratch the 5, Skinny Dip. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 8. Again, no superfecta on the 8th race. Ninth and final event, scratch number 1, Blue Devil. Also scratch the 6, Mighty Sea. Also scratch the 15, Deep State. And scratch the 16, Summer Anthem. That's in the 9th and final race. Scratch number 1, Blue Devil. Scratch the 6, Mighty Sea. Scratch the 15, Deep State. Scratch the 16, Summer Anthem. A reminder, number 13, Shannon Run, draws into the race. Jockey Edgar Morales. Again, that's the 13, Shannon Run, draws in Edgar Morales, the jockey. Number 14, 3 Wolves, draws in the jockey, Florent Giroux. Number 14, 3 Wolves, draws in the jockey is Florent Giroux. And contrary to the program, number 11, Ardenwood, is a gelding. Number 11, Ardenwood, is a gelding. And a late scratch in Keeneland's upcoming fifth race, scratch number 3, Gold Heritage. Keeneland's upcoming 5th race, scratch number 3, Gold Heritage.
Race number 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse started the late pick 5, also starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9. Again, a note of the late scratch here, in case you didn't catch it, Gold Heritage the 3 is a late scratch out of this 5th event here at Keeneland Racecourse. First level allowance condition, 5.5 furlongs the distance. The number 7 horse, Jura, is where we both go to kick things off. This is a horse that comes up from Tampa Bay Downs and has always been a consistent runner, whether it be on dirt or turf, and gets the opportunity to jump onto the Keeneland turf course here today, but you can't ignore the consistency of this current 9-2 shot.
It's always a question of what the pace scenario will look like in these 5.5 furlong turf sprints, but we do know that this horse should be forwardly placed. I don't think he needs the lead as he showed when he won 2 starts back, and his hand was forced from the rail last time out, Scott. I don't know if those fractions are legitimate, but you don't often see 20 and 2 for the opening quarter fraction, so he just went really too fast last time out, and we're not going to see anything like that here.
No, there's no Golden Pal in this race. That's the only way you're going to see fractions like that, is if Golden Pal was running today on this firm ground. The number 8 horse, American Starlet for Wesley Ward. Here's a filly by Twirling Candy, another filly by Twirling Candy in this race. She's currently the second choice in here. She's a debut winner back in January, then 5th in the follow-up race, beaten favorite, but then she backed that up with a second-place finish at Gulfstream Park against Stakes Company, another one that's got some speed.
She definitely just needs to get out of the gate. Her race 2 starts back against Allowance Company. She was posted to the outside. It's not that she was tardy coming out of the gate. She just wasn't fast enough. But she is a filly that I feel performs better when she can be on or near the lead.
Castle Lock, the number 2 horse. I would imagine the idea will be to try to get a rail-saving trip with this 2 horse and let Joel do what he does so well, find some room, find a seam to work with, because I have a feeling that this colt is going to be coming from off the pace. A Keeneland graduate, $220,000 yearling at the 2020 sale, gets Lasix here for the first time. He's been favored in every single one of his races, and that trend could continue again here today.
Yes, I don't mind the inside draw for this horse. He will have to work out a trip, but Joel Rosario very good on closers, especially closing sprinters. The problem with him, Scott, do you think 5.5 furlongs is a touch too short? His best distance, at least off of his past form, was at 6.5 furlongs, and we know how that plays truer to a mile.
And Switzer, the number 1 horse, colt by McLean's Music, named after the legendary coach Barry Switzer. We were informed of that when he was debuted here last October. Barry Switzer, of course, known for his exploits with the University of Oklahoma and his Super Bowl victory with the Dallas Cowboys. He tries turf for the first time. That's what we've got going on here with this son of McLean's Music.
Son of McLean's Music, who I find can be effective on turf or dirt. It just depends on the distance. He's a little bit better of a sprinter in terms of his progeny. But you get the Scat Daddy influence on the bottom side, Scott, and I do think that at least from his pedigree, we'll see physically, but at least from his pedigree, he should be able to handle the transition to the turf surface today.
Another fantastic allowance race here at Keeneland Racecourse. Once again, begins the late pick 5, starts the $3 turf pick 3. The sequence for the turf pick 3 races 5, 7, and 9. Make sure you get involved. Less than 14 minutes away from race 5 here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Gunston Hall, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, double in Pick 3, wagering start of the late Pick 5 and start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. A reminder, scratch number 3, Gold Heritage. Again, scratch the 3, Gold Heritage. Contrary to the program, number 6, Baytown Warrior is a gelding. Number 6, Baytown Warrior is a gelding. Overweight, number 8, American Starlet, the jockey, 1 pound over. Post time, 6 minutes.
Here's a look at the one horse that is Switzer, currently 9-1, trying the turf for the first time. He looks good. You can see the energy that he's maintaining in his warm-up for Robert Lapenta, and Harlow Stables. The McLean's Music Colts, Gabby pointing towards the Scat Daddy bloodlines, which are so good on grass, and that comes from the dam side. So Switzer looks nice alongside the big stout Harley as he gets set for race number 5. And then we'll go to the number 7 horse, Jura, the Twirling Candy gelding, who's coming out of that very quickly run race at Tampa Bay Downs. Still getting a really nice price here, 9-2 rather, for Mooncoin LLC. A winner 2 starts back at Tampa Bay Downs. He's proven that turf sprinting is going to be his game, and he's got Twirling Candy on the top side, In Excess on the dam side. Nice pedigree on this 4-year-old gelding. Nice pull as well to chase in the late pick 5, well over $200,000, as you've got less than 3 minutes to get those wagers in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Gunston Hall, start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Cut Glass out for the early lead. American Starlet has early speed as well. American Starlet now takes the lead from the outside. Baytown Warrior moves up between horses. Second, Cut Glass shuffled back. Third toward the inside. Switzer is fourth. Casanova Kitten will drop back a couple of spots down toward the inside. Jura moves by into the 5th position as they head for the far turn. Uberkirk sixth up on the outside. Casanova Kitten settles down to the inside now in the 7th spot as they move midway on the turn. Castle Leoc is next to last, and Thirsty Owl the trailer. 21.67 seconds the time for the opening quarter. American Starlet against the rail, a 2-length lead. Cut Glass takes to the outside second. Baytown Warrior is back there in the 3rd position. Jura is 4th and still 8 lengths from the lead with Casanova Kitten. Switzer still far back as well. American Starlet is moving into the final furlong, has a 5-length lead. Casanova Kitten takes to the 2nd position now. Castle Leoc runs toward 3rd. Switzer runs late, still far back in 4th. American Starlet chased down the stretch by Casanova Kitten. Casanova Kitten moving fast on the outside to win it for Gerardo Corrales. Casanova Kitten gets there in that final 16th.
Came back sharp off the 11-month layoff for Ken and Sarah Ramsey. Casanova Kitten, the son of the stalwart Kitten's Joy, picking him up and laying him down the stretch.
This horse had a lot of experience going a distance of ground, but first time for Safi Joseph Jr. decides to cut this horse back in distance to the 5.5 furlong turf sprint. And it seems like the right move as the pace setter American Starlet was getting just a little bit too tired too late. And the 4 Casanova Kitten picking it up and getting the victory at 3-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 4, Casanova Kitten was first. Number 8, American Starlet second. Number 1, Switzer third. Number 2, Castle Leoc fourth. 4-8-1-2 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fifth race official. 4-8-1-2, the official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the official winner of the Gunston Hall, number 4, Casanova Kitten, owned and bred in Ontario by Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey, trained by Safi Joseph Jr., Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Casanova Kitten, the 5-year-old gelded son of Kitten's Joy, out of Spectacular Tale by Tale of the Cat. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 2.4 seconds. At Keeneland, the early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Trophy presentation upcoming for that fifth race. And in the winner's circle now, the trophy presentation for the Gunston Hall to the connections of Casanova Kitten. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast. The turf is firm today. In this sixth race, scratch number 3, Lady Be Lucky, and scratch the 11, You Like Apples. Again, scratch number 3, Lady Be Lucky, also scratch 11, You Like Apples. A reminder, part of entry 1A, Shabberton draws into the race. Part of entry 1A, Shabberton draws into the race. Jockey change on the 5, one-time Mo. That'll be Corey Lannery. 5, one-time Mo, the jockey Corey Lannery. Overweight, the 9, Silencing, the jockey 1 pound over. Number 9, Silencing, the jockey 1 pound over. Looking ahead to the 7th race. In the 7th event, scratch part of entry 1A, Schlafmitz. Again, the 7th race, scratch part of entry 1A, Schlafmitz. Overweight, the 11, Amani's Image, the jockey 3 pounds over. The 11, Amani's Image, the jockey 3 pounds over. The featured 8th race, scratch the 5, Skinny Dip. That's in the featured 8th race, scratch the 5, Skinny Dip. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta in the 8th race. 9th and final event, scratch the 1, Blue Devil. scratch the 6 Mighty Sea, scratch the 15 Deep State, and scratch the 16 Summer Anthem. That's the 9th and final race. Scratch number 1 Blue Devil, scratch the 6 Mighty Sea, also scratch the 15 Deep State, and scratch the 16 Summer Anthem. A reminder, number 13 Shannon Run draws into the race, the jockey Edgar Morales. 13 Shannon Run draws into the race, the jockey Edgar Morales, and also number 14 3 Wolves draws into the race, jockey Florent Giroux. 14 3 Wolves draws into the race, the jockey Florent Giroux. Reminder that number 11 Ardenwood is a gelding. Contrary to the program, number 11 Ardenwood is a gelding.
Race number 6 here at Keeneland Racecourse, start of the late pick 4 this afternoon. Maiden special weight event, $100,000 purse. These are 3-year-old fillies, straight 3-year-old fillies. 6.5 furlongs on the main track, and there are some scratches in here. In fact, just one, You Like Apples, the speedster, who did not make the trip down from Chicago for Larry Ravelli. I thus end up on the number 12 horse as my top play because of that 11 scratching. She's 9-5 right now. The favorite, a Mastery filly, bought as a yearling here in the September sale of 2020 for $120,000 by Peter Brandt, and she put together a good effort on debut. We'll see if she can take a step forward here today with Flavien Prat looking to visit the winner's circle again this afternoon.
As she ran really well first time out, and especially considering that she didn't get out of the gate very fluidly. It's a tough post position, Scott. I sometimes think that you have to be much the best in order to win from a post like that, but there's a chance that she could be today.
We'll move over to the number 10 horse at 5-1. That is Quist and Shout for Trackside Farm, a Nyquist filly, hence the name for Ignacio Correas IV. Terrible start says it all in the comment line. She was last in that race early on, but she made up a lot of ground over the course of that run. Now, synthetic track, I think collectively we tend to think that that plays more to closers, and I would agree with that mindset through the years of having synthetic track racing here in the United States. So maybe that lent itself to that sort of efforts, but hopefully she can break better here today, and there's no reason to think that she shouldn't be able to handle the dirt with her pedigree. She's a daughter of that champion Nyquist, Kentucky Derby winner Nyquist.
Yeah, I'll agree with that assessment that synthetic track usually plays to closers. But today, Scott, we don't really know if she will be a closer. She didn't get out of the gate. She was bumped hard. She was taken back to last. And things really didn't go her way that day. So I anticipate her to be a little bit more forwardly placed. I'm not saying she'll be on the lead, but I also don't think she'll be 12 lengths off the pace like she was first time out.
Then we'll go to the 9-horse Silencing for our third choice, Silencing for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, Aaron Wellman and his partners. This is a filly by Street Boss from the Medaglia d'Oro First Dam, who has produced one winner from 4 runners. She gets Renee Diaz, the 7-pound apprentice, and she's coming in with some quick workouts. She worked in 59, a bullet out of the gate back on the 13th of April, and Wayne Catalano, her trainer, is looking for his second win on the card. She's 14-1. She's a good price.
Wayne Catalano debuting that first-time starter earlier today by Oscar Performance, a sharp 2-year-old winner, so hoping for 2 on the card. This filly has a lot of works, but it seems like they've been getting better and faster every single time in the morning, which you like to see that progression. I just wonder if she is going to be one that will be precocious enough to win at First Gascon today at 6.5 furlongs, but I would say 6.5 is more ideal than anything shorter than this.
15 minutes away from race number 6. We'll update you with thoughts from the front side once they call for riders up, and remind you that this does start the late pick 4 on this Thursday card here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. The Newtown Anner Stud, maiden special weight 3-year-old filly, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 3, Lady Be Lucky. Also scratch the 11, You Like Apples. Again, scratch 3, Lady Be Lucky, and scratch 11, You Like Apples. A reminder, part of entry 1A, Chaberton draws into the race. Again, part of entry 1A, Chaberton draws into the race. Jockey for the 5, One-Time Mo, Corey Lannery. Jockey for the 5, One-Time Mo, Corey Lannery. Overweight, the 9 Silencing, the jockey 1 pound over. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, turf firm, post time 6 minutes.
Taking a look at this group front side as they warm up for the start of the late pick 4. Want to go to the number 1 horse, Patna. She draws post position number 5. She's part of the entry. As Kurt mentioned, she is drawing in, or her entry mate rather is drawing in off the also eligible. So you get 2 fillies in this coupled entry. But Patna, just a slick looking filly, daughter of Into Mischief, Florent Giroux. Blinkers come off, all class for the Juddmonte homebred. And she is currently 2-1 along with the 12. She and her entry mate and the 12, the other Chad Brown runner, who's Chad's got the other part of the entry for what it's worth. But she's a very lovely looking filly.
I'll say, Scott, there were a couple of bad actors in the paddock, but she was definitely not one of them. She was all class, and she's maintained that demeanor, disposition here, trackside too. So definitely a top contender.
The 5, One-Time Mo, is where we'll go to next. She was feeling good once she got with the pony. Might she have fallen under that category that you were just mentioning over in the paddock?
Yes, she was a little complicated in the paddock. And Neil Pessin, I talked to her trainer, he said that she's a little green in the morning, so you might see that in the afternoon today too. And he actually wanted to run her on the turf. So if she doesn't really run well against this company today, expect that surface change in the near future.
Less than 4 minutes away from race number 6. There's a look at the 12 for Peter Brandt. Part of the 2-1 action on both she and the entry at 2-1. Juddmonte v. Brandt. Some titans in this game with the 3 favorites, if you will, with the coupled entry. Late pick 4, pool just shy of $200,000. Get those wagers in.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Newtown Anner Stud, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Beaux-Arts out for the lead. Silencing is there. Patna has early speed as well. Here's Silencing moving up between horses for the lead by just a neck. Patna moves up the inside to close second. Beaux-Arts settles back into third up on the outside. Gap of 2 more lengths. Then back to Chaberton, who's in the 4th position. Followed by Pillbox in 5th. Alessia is 6th. Spicy Hot is 7th between horses. Smugness against the rail is 8th. One Time Mo is 9th. Quist and Shout is in 10th. Quarria Comet last of the 11, 22.45 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Patna leading Silencing. Beaux-Arts is now third. Up on the outside as they move midway on the far turn. Alessia toward the inside is in 4th. Still running 3.5 lengths off the leader as they move around the turn. Chaberton 5th up on the outside has 5 to make up. Coming to the top of the stretch. Patna leading Silencing 1.5 lengths. Beaux-Arts to the outside from 3rd. Alessia 4th. Chaberton is in 5th position as they straighten away for home. Patna, Beaux-Arts on the outside is coming after Patna, who's got the lead, and Patna hangs tough. So far, staying in front here by 3 lengths. Patna with the lead. Moving to the final 16th. Beaux-Arts is still there in 2nd position. Alessia is in 3rd. Smugness 4th. It is Patna in front. Alessia to the inside. One Time Mo is running late. Patna wins it. One Time Mo with a late rally for 2nd. Going to be close for show. Alessia or Beaux-Arts for the show spot.
Patna showing her class out on the racetrack here today for Juddmonte Farms in her second career start, improving off of that third-place debut at Fairgrounds, part of our Trip Note Pro segment this morning. And one to keep an eye on moving forward, the number 5 horse who runs a giant race at 28-1.
Yeah, she was absolutely nowhere at the top of the stretch and then really kicks it into high gear, rallies to finish second by about 1.5 lengths. But in the end, Patna, she had the advantage and the upper hand on the field, and her class prevailed on track here at 2-1. It's going to be Patna with the 5, One-Time Mo underneath at 28-1.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 1, Patna, was first. Number 5, One-Time Mo, was second. Number 7, Alessia, third. Number 12, Beaux-Arts, fourth. 1-5-7-12, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the unofficial winner of the Newtown Anner Stud, number 1, Patna. Patna, owned by Juddmonte of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. Patna, 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief, out of Barbadia by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by Juddmonte Farms Incorporated. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 17.8 seconds. The results are official. 1-5-7-12, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for race 6, the Newtown Anner Stud. To the connections, of Patna. Keeneland 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. The turf is firm, the rail at 10 feet. In the 7th race, scratch part of entry 1A, Schlafmitz. Again, scratch part of entry 1A, Schlafmitz. Overweight, the 11, Amani's Image, jockey 3 pounds over. That's the 11, Amani's Image, jockey 3 pounds over. Featured 8th race, scratch the 5, Skinny Dip. Featured 8th race, scratch the 5, Skinny Dip, no superfecta on race 8. 9th and final race, scratch the 1, Blue Devil. Scratch the 6, Mighty Sea. Scratch the 15, Deep State. And scratch the 16, Summer Anthem. That's the 9th and final race. Scratch number 1, Blue Devil. Scratch the 6, Mighty Sea. Scratch the 15, Deep State. And scratch the 16, Summer Anthem. A reminder, number 13, Shannon Run, draws into the race the jockey Edgar Morales. That's number 13, Shannon Run, draws into the race jockey Edgar Morales. Also, the 14, 3 Wolves, draws into the race the jockey Florent Giroux. That's the 14, 3 Wolves, draws into the race the jockey Florent Giroux. Also, a reminder that contrary to the program, number 11, Ardenwood, is a gelding. Number 11, Ardenwood, a gelding.
Race number 7, first level allowance condition at 1 mile and 3/16 for these fillies, these 3-year-old fillies. First level allowance condition as mentioned, and there is some serious action going on with the number 4 horse, the import for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and trainer Graham Motion, for her to be 7-2 versus the 7-1 on Beside Herself. Beside Herself is a filly that broke her maiden at Gulfstream at the end of January, going gate to wire, and then she ran into Spenderella, who we saw win the Appalachian here earlier in the meet and is being potentially pointed towards a run in the Coronation at Royal Ascot. So I figured that this filly would take a heck of a lot more money, but that's not the case, Gabby, because of all the money that Two Socks is receiving in these win pools.
Yes, Scott, taking a look at the pace scenario in this race, I do think that Beside Herself will have the advantage because she does seem like kind of a one-pace type of individual, but I think with the added distance, she'll find herself forwardly placed and in the position to just be the one to catch.
Let's go to the number 4 horse, Two Socks, that Marcaz filly. She, a daughter of Marcaz, who is a son of Dark Angel. We talked about the Dark Angel pedigrees being very useful here in the United States. We saw that with the Stone Street debut winner yesterday here at Keeneland Racecourse. But here's a filly that comes in 1-for-1 in her career. That was at Dundalk over in Ireland. So this is no doubt a step up, but the word has to be out for this filly to be this short of a price at 4-1 right now, with Flavien Prat going to get the opportunity.
I don't really know what to make of the race in her debut in terms of the class and how it kind of compares to today's field, but she is live on the board. She's being bet. We've talked about how great of a meet Grand Motion has, and maybe expect big things from this filly. I mean, it does take a pretty talented horse to win at first asking and beat a field of 14.
The number 1 horse, Shad Nation, a Cairo Prince filly. She was a winner on debut at odds of 10-1, beat a next out winner, Gunboat. That was back in October. Since then, she's run 2 different types of races, or really maybe at the end of the day, the same type of race, but those were against stakes quality runners and stakes runners bottom line. So we'll see if she's able to bounce back here today. She's 4-1, part of this battle for favoritism.
This is a pretty interesting board. The thing about her, Scott, is that last time out she did get into a little bit of early trouble. That's never something that you want to have to deal with, especially first start off of the layoff. I'm not saying that she possesses a lot of natural early speed, but I do expect her to be a little bit more forwardly placed given that poor beginning last time out.
The number 2 horse, Bravo Kitten, Ken and Sarah Ramsey, Safi Joseph Jr. They're looking for a second win on the card, this trainer-owner team, and with another offspring of Kitten's Joy. She's 3-for-3 in the money and comes back here a second time this meets. Was second behind Oakhurst in a race back on the 14th of April, so 2 weeks ago, and I've said it time and time again, I just tend to gravitate towards these horses that come back on quick notice.
I actually gave her a big shot in here. I think the class is there, Scott. But the one thing that I found, and going back to her last race at 1 mile and a 16th, she actually swapped over to the wrong lead late. And a lot of the time, that's a sign of a horse that doesn't necessarily want to go much farther. It's a horse that might be getting a little bit tired. Now, she could have be getting tired because it was her first race off the layoff and it was a softer type of turf course. Maybe she didn't handle it, but that was my one concern with her getting added distance to the 1 mile and 3/16 today.
When the dawn breaks, the number 10 horse looking to give Brad Cox back-to-back wins on the card. This is a Keeneland September yearling from 2020 that the owner purchased this filly for $370,000, and you can't knock the 2 races that she ran down at Fairgrounds late last year and at the beginning of this year.
Well, we know how hard it is to win first out, come back and win again, and she was a neck away from doing just that. She's a neck away from being undefeated in both of her starts. This is a tough field. I think it's a tougher field than what she faced last time out, but you have to like the progression that she has made from just her first to second start.
Quality group lining up, a fantastic wagering board now. Two Socks comes down a bit further in the win wagering. She is down to 7-2. That's the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners filly, the import from Ireland, and under the care of Graham Motion, 7-2 current favorite. Once again, race 7 starts the late pick 3 at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Benson, an allowance for 3-year-old fillies at 1 mile and 3/16 on the firm turf, rail at 10 feet. Scratch part of entry, 1A, Schlafmitz. Again, scratch part of entry, 1A, Schlafmitz. Overweight, the 11, Amani's Image, the jockey, 3 pounds over. That's number 11, Amani's Image, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Go straight out to Shad Nation, the number 1 horse, 9-2 filly that draws post 2. Part of the entry, her entry mate scratched the 1A. The 2 draws the Rail Bravo Kitten. But this filly by Cairo Prince, just drawn to her because she looks like a filly that can run all day. She has that light build, and we've talked about this over the course of this meeting. When you come to these further distance races, you don't necessarily need the biggest horse. You tend to look towards more of a marathon type of build versus that big stocky type of build. And that, to me, is what I'm seeing from Shad Nation. So like her, based on looks, like they're coming in just based on her recent races. And obviously, Gabby did as well. So 9-2 on Shad Nation. I think she looks even better on the front side. We'll go to the full horse now, 2 Socks. This is the Eclipse Thoroughbred partner filly that has 2 socks, not in front, but behind. That's where she gets her name, I would assume, this gray filly coming in from Ireland.
I just had the opportunity to speak to Graham Motion, and he said he was a little bit surprised by how much the bettors were backing her today because there is still a lot of unknowns with her. He said she's been training really well in the morning, and he'll think that she'll take to the turf. His biggest concern is they only flopped her out of the gate, Scott, so it wasn't a proper break from the gate. So he told Flavien that he really needs to encourage her out of the gate, and we see that time and time again. Horses making their North American debut can sometimes be a bit tardy coming out of the stalls.
Let's go to the 7-horse Lavish Habits, another one making a return to this spring meeting, and she does so off of a victory. She broke her maiden 20 days ago at odds of 21-1 at this same distance. So no surprise that Thorndale Stable and trainer Jeff Hiles are taking advantage of this opportunity to come back and try to do it again and secure another big paycheck because she made well over $60,000
in that race, and looks like she's maintaining good energy, the daughter of Flincher.
She looks great on the track, and she definitely looks like she's suited to this distance and surface, everything about her. Nice price at 8 to 1, excuse me.
We're less than a minute away from post time. Good luck, race 7, Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for Keeneland's 7th race, the Benson.
Get her, Mike.
They are at the post. And they're off. There's Beside Herself from in between horses coming forward in the opening strides with Memphis Cash Queen right alongside. Beside Herself is going to get over next to the rail as they move by the stands for the first time. Here comes Pearl Earring out in the center of the course. Memphis Cash Queen is there between horses. Amani's Image up close from 4th, now taking 3rd. Bravo Kitten back toward the inside in 5th. Shad Nation is in 6th position. Lavish Habits is in 7th, heading for the turn. Two Socks gets shuffled back down to the inside against the rail in the 8th spot. My Favorite Daughter is 9th. Cecilita is toward the inside around the turn in 10th. When the Dawn Breaks is 11th, and Honey Run wide at the back in the 12th position. The first quarter went in 23.93 seconds over the firm going. Beside Herself guides the field off the first turn onto the backstretch. Beside Herself leads it by a length and a half. Memphis Cash Queen second up on the outside a half length. Bravo Kitten tucked away toward the inside in 3rd by just a neck. Pearl Earring is 4th up on the outside. Amani's Image is 5th in between horses. Honey Run, center of the course, is 6th, 5 lengths from the lead, followed by Shad Nation back toward the inside. And then My Favorite Daughter, Lavish Habits, Two Socks, who's against the rail, 10 lengths from the front. Then When the Dawn Breaks and Cecilita is now last. 48.66 was the time for the first half mile. Beside Herself is midway on the final turn, leading Memphis Cash Queen. Bravo Kitten is toward the inside, and Pearl Earring is wide in 4th and still 4 lengths from the lead. Shad Nation is racing in the 5th position. Honey Run is still in 6th. Lavish Habits in 7th. Beside Herself is chased by Bravo Kitten, who switches lanes off the rail to the outside, still 2 lengths off Beside Herself in the final furlong. Shad Nation comes late on the far outside from 3rd. Beside Herself chased by Bravo Kitten. Shad Nation still far back 3rd. Beside Herself turns back every challenge. Beside Herself, Luis Saez, the jockey. Beside Herself wins it. Bravo Kitten 2nd, Shad Nation 3rd, and Pearl Earring across the line in 4th.
Beside Herself, 9-2, a great price on this filly coming out of that tough race, which produced Spenderella, and she takes it to him early and never looks back in the royal blue and orange of Mr. Michael Tabor.
I really can't believe that this filly went off at 9-2. The race completely set up for her. She had so much natural speed, and the aggressive ride by Luis Saez taking her to the lead. She's a filly that just looks like she relishes the added distance, and she did it once again today, going gate to wire. 9-2 on the number 5. Beside Herself, it's going to be 5-2-1 across the board for race 7.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 5, Beside Herself, was first. Number 2, Bravo Kitten, second. Number 1, Shad Nation, third. Number 12, Pearl Earring, fourth. 5-2-1-12, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 7th race, official. 5-2-1-12, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, the Benson, number 5, Beside Herself, owned by Michael Tabor, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Luis Saez. Beside Herself, a 3-year-old filly by Uncle Mo, out of Excited by Giants Causeway. Bred in Kentucky by Chelston. 1 mile and 3/16 over the firm turf, 1 minute 54.82 seconds. Trophy presentation for the 7th race, the Benson, to the connections of Beside Herself. Keeneland's 8th and featured race upcoming. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch number 5, Skinny Dip. Scratch number 5, Skinny Dip. No superfecta on this 8th race. Looking ahead to the 9th and final event, scratch number 1, Blue Devil. Scratch the 6, Mighty Sea. Scratch the 15, Deep State. And scratch the 16, Summer Anthem. That's the 9th and final race. Scratch number 1, Blue Devil. Scratch number 6, Mighty Sea. Also scratch the 15, Deep State. And scratch the 16, Summer Anthem. A reminder, number 13, Shannon Run, draws into the race. The jockey, Edgar Morales. Again, number 13, Shannon Run, draws into the race. The jockey, Edgar Morales. Also, the 14, Three Wolves, draws into the race. Jockey, Florent Giroux. That's the 14, Three Wolves, draws into the race. The jockey, Florent Giroux. And a reminder, contrary to the program, number 11, Ardenwood, is a gelding. Number 11, Ardenwood, is a gelding. Main track fast, turf firm.
8th and featured event here at Keeneland Racecourse. This is a third level allowance condition, optional $80,000 tag. And we are taking a look right now into the paddock at the number 3 horse, Red Ghost, for Wesley Ward. She's 1 for 1 here at Keeneland Racecourse. She is the 6-5 favorite, and getting back onto dirt, I'm hoping, is what will do the trick. She's a Grade 3 winner on dirt. She won the Miss Preakness just about 11 months ago, last year, over at Pimlico during Preakness weekend, as you would guess. But we'll see how she fares. The expectations are fairly high right now, as they should be with this Wesley Ward filly.
6-5 is low, though, Scott, because she's not necessarily running the fastest figures in the race. There are other fillies that have previously run faster races. I know it's Wesley Ward. I know he wins pretty much everything he sends out here, but she does need to turn things around from her last performance. Her last race was at Turfway, and that was our first opportunity to see her this year. She had run well on the synthetic prior to, back in December, so her last race at 50 cents to the dollar was a little bit perplexing, so she really does have to pick it up. And I'm just playing, she's very talented, but I'm playing devil's advocate for a 6-5 shot.
We've got the same 3 in our top 3, just in a different order. You've got the 2 Union Maiden, the Union Rags mare, who comes out for Natalma stable. This is a filly, rather mare, that they found at the Keeneland November sale last year for $250,000. She's 1 for 1 here at Keeneland Racecourse and comes out of that Kamari prep race. Kamari winning that race pretty convincingly at the beginning of March at Gulfstream Park. That was the prep for Kamari to get ready for the Grade 1 Madison, and you would imagine that this filly should be able to improve off of that start as well.
She needed one race. She was also drawn the rail, so she was bottled up down on the inside and went against Kamari, who would go on to win, or to finish third in the Grade 1 Madison. That was a very tough race. The dynamics of the race weren't really working in her favor. She comes back in her second start off of the layoff. Now today, with the scratch of the 5, I would say the dynamics of this race are a little bit against her, because the 5 maybe offered pressure for the 3, Red Ghost, to keep her honest on the front end. Union Maiden, she won't be on the lead. She is a closer at this distance. So that is the one disadvantage, but I actually think in some ways, Scott, she might be the class of the field.
Novel Squall, she'll be likely working from off the pace as well, but I went to her as my second selection. I know you've got her in your second selection as well. Looking at an opportunity to utilize a bit more distance. I think 6.5 furlongs will be a big plus for this filly, who has been chasing the paces of 6 furlong sprint, 3/4 of a mile sprint races.
That's right, Scott. I think Novel Squall is a filly that just continues to improve with each and every start, and I don't mind her getting the extra half furlong considering her running style. I think it'll just give her a little bit more time to get up, but again, the pace scenario not really working in her favor.
Just a field of 5 for the featured event. Race 8, less than 12 minutes to post, and starts the late double.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's featured 8th race, scratch number 3, Red Ghost. Late scratch in Keeneland's featured 8th race, scratch number 3, Red Ghost. As a result of that late scratch, no show wagering, no trifecta wagering, and of course, no superfecta. Again, late scratch, scratch number 3, Red Ghost. No show wagering, no trifecta wagering, no superfecta on this 8th race feature. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 8th race, the Ups and Downs Farm, and allowance optional claiming race for a price of $80,000. Fillies and mares age 4 and up, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 3, Red Ghost, and scratch the 5, Skinny Dip. Again, scratch number 3, Red Ghost, and scratch number 5, Skinny Dip. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta wagering, and no superfecta on this 8th race. This will, however, start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time at 6 minutes. Track is fast.
There's the number 4 horse, Thundering Creed, for Michael Tomlinson, coming off of a 3rd-place finish up at Turfway Park in the Queen Stakes. Prior to that, she rattled off back-to-back wins. She has won on the dirt. She broke her maiden at Churchill over a wet, fast surface. And things got a whole lot easier in this race for every one of these competitors with that late scratch over in the paddock of the number 3 horse, Red Ghost.
That's right, Scott. And you could say that she has been running the fastest races of her career. Now, whether or not that means that she just likes the synthetic surface, which she's been competing on in the last 3 starts, or maybe she's just getting better. Sometimes we see fillies, they kind of hit their 4-year-old season, or mares, when they hit their 5-year-old season, they really just start to blossom. She's been a consistent runner pretty much all throughout her career, but she seems to really be in prime form right now.
Yeah, that race, the stake at Turfway, where she was 3rd, she ran into Caravel and Club Car, some really nice sprinting fillies. And then Music City Star on the outside. This is a filly, I think more than anything, the reason that she's here, Gabby, and correct me if I'm wrong, feel free, is that when you get to this level of competition, once you've cleared that 2nd level allowance condition, there's not a lot of opportunities to find a 3 other than. So that's why they're here. Maybe she wants a little bit more distance, a 1-turn mile, but when you've got a filly like this, it's been about 2 months since she's run. I think it's more the condition of the race and the opportunity to be able to run with this condition versus having to step up into stakes company.
Yeah, you're at the mercy of the condition book, but Scott, she's run well sprinting. She's done a little bit better going a distance of ground. So she's a nice filly to have in the barn because she's so versatile. She can run anywhere. I mean, it's really tough when you get to this level. But look, it was originally a 6-horse field. Now it's scratched down with 2 horses out. I mean, this is really kind of a blessing to be in a spot like this. And I actually think that she benefits majorly from the scratch of the favorite, just in terms of the way this race will run. She's quick, and she could be on the lead now.
It's going to be a good payday for all of these competitors. $130,000 on the line in today's feature. Start of the late double, less than 3 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, the Ups and Downs Farm. They are at the post. And they're off. Music City Star out for the lead from the outside. Thundering Creed is also up close in the opening strides, but it will be Music City Star who has the advantage by almost a full length heading up the backstretch. And here comes Novel Squall scooting up the inside within a neck of the leader. So up the backstretch they go. Music City Star, a lane off the rail, leads at a half length. Novel Squall, second 3/4 of a length. Union Maiden third, and Thundering Creed now drops out to the fourth spot as they move on to the far turn. The first quarter, 22.89 seconds. Music City Star outward from the rail, a neck in front. Novel Squall hugs the rail in second a length. Union Maiden third by 2 around the far turn, and Thundering Creed still last of the 4. Now here's Novel Squall inching forward against the rail, pokes ahead in front coming to the quarter pole. Music City Star right there on the outside though. These two matching strides off the far turn. They've opened up by 3 lengths back to Union Maiden, who tries to get going, and Thundering Creed is fourth on the far outside coming past the 8th pole. Novel Squall opens back up now, in fact starts to draw clear by 4 lengths into the final furlong. Music City Star is in second. Union Maiden, Thundering Creed at the back. 16th pole for Novel Squall, who's kicking on for the finish. Novel Squall wins the feature for Raylu Gutierrez. Music City Star second, Union Maiden third. Thundering Creed was fourth.
Novel Squall down on the inside, rides the rails. She has the 6 actually putting pressure on her early on. The 6 starts to fall back at this point in time. Nobody's coming, and it's all Novel Squall in the final quarter of a mile.
Yeah, the main speed was a late scratch. That was a 3 Red Ghost. So some of these fillies really had to pivot and change their running style. Novel Squall is a filly that usually closes from off the pace, but she got an aggressive ride by Raylu Gutierrez to go towards the lead in this compact field. And in the end, I don't even know if it would have mattered because she was much the best, a multiple length winner to take the feature.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race: number 1, Novel Squall, finished first. Number 6, Music City Star, second. Number 2, Union Maiden, third. Number 4, Thundering Creed, fourth. 1624, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, the Ups and Downs Farm, the unofficial winner, number 1, Novel Squall, owned and bred in Kentucky by the Randall Family Trust of Robert Kevin Randall, trained by John Ortiz, the jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Novel Squall, a 4-year-old filly by Violence, out of Goodness Gray by Pulpit. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 16.38 seconds, and the results are now official. 1624, the official results for Keeneland's featured 8th. In the winner's circle, the Ups and Downs Farm trophy presentation for the featured 8th race to the connections of Novel Squall. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. The turf is firm, the rail at 10 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1, Blue Devil. Scratch the 6, Mighty Sea. Scratch the 15, Deep State. And scratch the 16, Summer Anthem. Again, scratch the 1, Blue Devil. Scratch the 6, Mighty Sea. Scratch the 15, Deep State. And scratch the 16, Summer Anthem. A reminder, number 13, Shannon Run, draws into the race. Jockey Edgar Morales. Again, number 13, Shannon Run, draws into the race. The jockey Edgar Morales. Also, number 14, 3 Wolves, draws into the race. The jockey Florent Giroux. Number 14, 3 Wolves, draws into the race. The jockey Florent Giroux. And a reminder, contrary to the program, number 11, Ardenwood, is a gelding. Number 11, Ardenwood, a gelding.
Race number 9, the nightcap on this Thursday card, will close out the show with a maiden special weight event for 3 and up, and they'll be on the firm listed turf course, traveling a mile and 1/16. Scratch the 1, Blue Devil. That number 1 horse, Blue Devil, you'll find tomorrow evening in the Keeneland April sale, so make sure you're checking him out. A colt that looks like he's got a bright future ahead. Blue Devil will be sold tomorrow at the Keeneland April sale, which will take place right after the races, beginning at approximately 6:30. We're looking at the number 5 horse. That is Lord Zed for trainer Mike Maker. Claimed last time out for $50,000. 2 solid runs on turf. Gets back on the grass today. And as we talked about on Today at Keeneland, this is Mike Maker's game. Finding these horses via the claim box, normally in the $30,000 to $40,000 to $50,000 range, seems to be the sweet spot. And developing them and improving them, and oftentimes turning them into stakes-type horses.
Say that?
The number 5 horse, Lord Zed,
yes.
my top selection.
I think, okay, so with him, I actually like the added distance to a mile and a 16 because I'm not saying it's the same class level, but it's kind of the same angle with the filly that just won for Todd. Kind of seems one pace, so the longer the distance, the more tactical the horse can have and an easier trip, more forwardly placed. So he definitely makes sense.
Sticky issue, the number 4 horse for John Ennis, Cairo Prince Colt. Right now 7-1 on the board. This is your top play. What led you in the direction of this Cairo Prince Colt?
His last race was really, really fast. He drew post 10 of 11, so he had to pretty much clear the field. And it wasn't really an ideal trip, but he ran an 82 Bayard. He finished second at 25-1, all really good things. Now the question is the turf. It is kind of a curious spot, but I think there's a scenario where he could be the controlling speed, and that could make him very dangerous.
And then we'll wrap it up with Polyglot, the first-time starter, son of Kitten's Joy for Juddmonte Farm, a homebred half-brother to a stakes winner. The mare's 1 for 1. You've got Dan Silly on the dam side. We talked about this at length. It seems each and every season here at Keeneland Racecourse, especially during the spring, the Dan Sillies on the faster ground seem to really enjoy it. So Polyglot, the 6-5 favorite right now, looking to give Juddmonte another winner today.
Really handsome son of Kitten's Joy there in the paddock. Interested to see him come trackside, but he opened up as a short price favorite, 6-5 here. He's well bred. He's got the look of a really nice runner here for trainer Chad Brown, so he's going to be likely the one to beat and maybe tough to beat here.
9th and final is coming up next. Maiden special weight event, less than 15 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Mercer Mill. Maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up at 1 mile and a 16th over the firm turf, the rail at 10 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1 Blue Devil, scratch the 6 Mighty Sea, also scratch the 15 Deep State, and scratch the 16 Summer Anthem. A reminder, number 13 Shannon Run draws into the race, the jockey Edgar Morales. The 14 3 Wolves draws into the race, the jockey Florent Giroux. And a reminder, contrary to the program, number 11 Ardenwood is a gelding. Post time at 8 minutes.
Taking a look at some bigger prices out here on the front side. The 8-horse Livingstone for Peter Pugh had a nice runner at a big price, so almost spring of upset. So these horses that they've sent down here to Keeneland have run some big races. He's 37-1 right now, gelding by Pioneer of the Nile. He's a half-brother to 2 stakes winners. He's got Montbrook on the dam side. That first dam, Skipstone, her name. They paid $385,000 for this gelding back at the Keeneland November sale all the way back in 2019. So making his debut here today, he's 37-1 right now on the tote board. We'll see how he fares for, again, Peter Pugh and the Cherry Knoll Farm. The 11-horse Ardenwood, they're going to change things up and get back onto the grass for the first time since his debut. He debuted sprinting on yielding ground all the way in 2020 up at Laurel Park. So far cry from that period of his career, far cry from yielding ground and sprinting, obviously, as they'll travel 1 mile and a 16th. And this one is for Mac Robertson, his father, Hugh Robertson, co-owner with Barry Butso, longtime clients of the McLean and Hugh Robertson operations throughout the Midwest. And Barry Butso is going to have a big opportunity potentially next week with Zozos in the Kentucky Derby. So good luck to him. Good luck to these connections. Moving back onto the grass course is Ardenwood for just the second time. But as I mentioned, this will be the first time that he goes long on the grass course. And then we'll leave you with the 5-horse Lord Zed, warming up by himself right now. 4-1 on the board with Tyler Gaffleone for Mike Maker first off the claim. Good luck in the nightcap. The 7 remains the favorite. That should not change. Polyglot, the first-time starter for Juddmonte Farm.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Mercer Mill. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Lord Zed. Lord Zed comes right out running for the early lead. Tries to clear some of that inside traffic. Calrissian going to move up to the outside, along with City Legend, who's up close as well in the opening strides. Now here's Calrissian moving to the outside of Lord Zed. Lord Zed has managed to get over next to the rail to save ground around the first turn. Has a narrow lead. In the meantime, Calrissian draws alongside within a neck of the leader. Gap of 2, City Legend toward the outside third. Ardenwood a very wide fourth off the first turn. Kalakaua fifth back toward the inside. Gap of 3, Livingston sixth in between horses, and is joined by Shannon Run, who moves up one spot from 7th. Then further back, Sticky Issue 8th against the rail. Simply Jack is 9th. Polyglot toward the back of the pack early on in the 10th position. It is followed closely by Aquacat, who's in 11th, and 3 Wolves last of the 12, 22.97 at the quarter, 47.42 seconds for the first half mile. Lord Zed is the leader. Lord Zed in front by 2 lengths over to the far turn. City Legend second ahead. Calrissian third to the inside. Ardenwood 3 wide in fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead midway on the far turn. And Livingston was in close quarters there toward the center of the pack. Had to check and lost a couple of lengths and lost one position. Back up front, though, here comes Ardenwood chasing after Lord Zed, who still has a 2-length lead. Calrissian is third. City Legend is in fourth. Shannon Run and Kalakawa come next. They swing to the outside with Simply Jack, all with a lot of ground to make up, though. Ardenwood tries to get alongside of Lord Zed, who leads at a length and a half in the final furlong. And then Calrissian back in third. Livingston is fourth toward the inside, but it is Lord Zed in front. Lord Zed for Tyler Gaffalione. Livingston has run a huge race, but will have to settle for second. It was Lord Zed first across the line. Livingston made a big rally to be second.
Lord Zed out on the front end, just kept on going for Paradise Farms. David Studeker and Mike Maker. Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. How many times have we seen this script play out? First off the claim for the Mike Maker barn into a turf race.
He knows how to find them, and more importantly, he knows where to spot them once he claims them. This horse getting a little bit of added distance on the turf is a successful move. Livingston finishing second at a big price at 58-1 underneath of that sticky issue. To round out the trifecta, it's going to be 5-8-4 across the board for the 9th and final race.
Photo for fourth, hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th and final race. Number 5, Lord Zed, was first. Number 8, Livingston, was second. Number 4, Sticky Issue, third. Number 9, Calrissian, fourth. And number 12, Simply Jack, was fifth. 5-8-4, 9-12, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 9th race official. 5-8-4, 9-12, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Mercer Mill, number 5, Lord Zed. Owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Procia, owned also by David Stodiker. Mike Maker trains. Tyler Gaffalione rides. The winner, Lord Zed, 3-year-old son of Lord Nelson, out of Fully Equipped by More Than Ready. Winner bred in Kentucky by Caroline Huckabee and Elm Tree Farm, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 42.77 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Mercer Mill Trophy presentation to the connections of Lord Zed. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $9,581. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races scheduled to occur after that time. A reminder, special first post tomorrow for closing day of the spring meet, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. And, of course, a doubleheader coming up here tomorrow. 6:30 p.m., the starting time for the Horses of Racing Age sale tomorrow evening. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.